The microphone is, oh, okay. We're going to start. Well, hey everyone, I'm Nixo. I'm the executive director of the eStaker community. We're thrilled to welcome you here to the staking gathering. We want to give a special thanks to all of our speakers, sponsors, and the volunteers for helping make this event happen. Here's some general logistics for you. The full schedule of events is available at estaker.cc, and there's a QR code printed on a bunch of papers in the hallways and stuff. This stage breaks for lunch at 1 p.m. There's coffee all day. There's a timer going off. How do I click? Okay, that works. Hilton honors, and the password is eStaker, all lowercase. Don't forget to collect the POAP at the entrance of the event. Otherwise, please join me in welcoming our MC, Ken Smith, longtime member of the eStaker community. Thank you, everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful 2 days with us.
Well, welcome very much. We've got a full agenda today with lots of speakers, and I'm very proud to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is going to be Mike Noiter. Mike is going to be speaking about increasing the maximum effective balance. And Mike is a researcher with the Ethereum Foundation who specializes in staking and proposer-builder separation.
Hello. Okay. Cool. Hey everyone. Just gonna start a timer here. Cool, yeah. Hey everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I'll be talking about EIP 7251, which is the proposal to increase the maximum effective balance. So just a quick sketch of the talk. I'll start by outlining the problem. So we'll talk about what the max effective balance is. We'll also talk about the partial withdrawal sweep and why that's an important piece of the puzzle, and kind of what the max effective balance being set at 32 ETH does in terms of the consensus layer. Then we'll talk through some of the solution, so starting with just increasing the max balance, and then talking about some of the other features that are important in order to support this and encourage adoption of the EIP. We'll conclude by talking through some of the results and the impact of doing this and kind of the long-term vision for how this fits into the Ethereum roadmap. Cool, let's get rolling. Right, so what is the max effective balance? This is a picture of the constant taken from the consensus specs. Basically this is ETH, and it caps the upper bound on the effective balance of a validator. So from the consensus layer perspective, the most ETH that a validator can ever have is 32 ETH. And it's kind of confusing because it's actually also the minimum effective balance that it takes to become a validator too. So it's kind of this tight bound on what the consensus layer views as an active validator. And then there's another kind of piece of the puzzle that we need to go through, which is called the partial withdrawal sweep. So again, from the consensus layer, everyone 32 ETH, but as a staker, as a validator, you're going to start accumulating rewards for participating in the consensus layer. So as those rewards, you need some way of letting people withdraw those rewards without necessarily, because they're not going to be earning extra yield for that reward. It needs to be withdrawn. And the process by which this is done is called the partial withdrawal sweep. So this diagram tries to what's going on here, and then we're moving kind of left to right as the sweep progresses. We have 3 validators, and this base, their max effective balance of 32, and they're kind of accumulating some sliver of rewards on top of that for participating in the consensus layer. And sweep is happening right now for validator number 2. The withdrawals, or the rewards that they earned over the past time period are being sent to their withdrawal credential, and then during the next time period, the sweep will move on to validator 3, and then it'll cycle back to validator 1. So yeah, it just removes any excess balance above the 32 ETH, and it sends these rewards to validator. Doesn't have the withdrawal credential set, then the balance will just accumulate without being withdrawn anywhere. And it takes about 6 days for the sweep to complete 1 round. So basically, it just does a linear scan through all the validators, starting at validator index 1, going through the end, and then once it reaches the end, it just starts back over. So this shows the set of withdrawals for my validator. It happens about every 6.5 days. I get a withdrawal of about 0.16 ETH. So this is kind of just setting the stage for what changes when the consensus sweep works now. Cool. So we're still kind of in the groundwork phase of defining what this problem is. And what results from having a 32 max effective balance is a difference between the pool node operators and the actual validators that they're running. So as you can see here, we have, in this hypothetical scenario, we have Alice, and she's a pool node operator. And she's running many, many validators on a single machine that she controls, right? So in this case, she might have 4 different validators that she controls all from the same machine, whereas Bob, who's the solo staker, just has a single validator running from his home box, locally. And what this results in is actually quite a lot of redundant work. So in some ways, all of the validators that are controlled by Alice and that are running on her machine are belonging to, are kind of like logically one entity, but from the view of the consensus layer, there are 4 different entities, signatures for, aggregate those signatures for, et cetera. And it also results in a huge number of validators, right? So for these staking pools, they have way more than ETH. And so they have to spin up many, many duplicates of these validators and deploy all that ETH into the consensus layer and earn rewards on all of it. And we can see that the actual number of active validators has gone dramatically up since the withdrawals were activated in the Chappelle fork, which was in April of this year. So kind of gone from around, 600,000 all the way up to like 870. It was going very rapidly up immediately post the withdrawals, and now it's starting to plateau a little bit, but still we have a few order of magnitude more validators than there are actual nodes in the network. At about 875,000 validators with only around 10,000 nodes on the network potentially, we have kind of a ton of redundant work being there. And this has direct impact on the performance of the consensus clients. So this is a photo from a document written by Perry and his team, and I highlighted kind of a few of the important points. This is called the Big Boy Beacon 1. So this is a testnet that they spun up with 2.1 million validators just to see what would happen, basically. And this is kind of the current versions of the consensus and layer clients. And the key metric here, it's a little small, but the key metric says that there's, about 38% of attestations were actually landing on chain. So the network is not able to handle this load. You need 66% of attestations to finalize any blocks. So the chain wasn't finalizing. Just things weren't working at that scale. So 2 million validators is kind of like a 2x increase from what we have today, but still it's within the scope of possibility, especially if there's a demand for stake over the next years. So another instance of the consensus clients kind of taking a hit is this finality event that happened in May of this year. Essentially what happened is some of the validators were unable to keep up with the head of the chain. Percentage of them went offline. Again, we have a huge drop in the attestation performance, which is one of the key metrics in measuring how the overall network is doing. And it recovered, but the TLDR is that this giant bloated validator set leads to a number of things. It has a very large beacon state, so you have to hold all these validators. You have to hold their validating keys. You have long signature aggregation periods, so each validator needs to make 1 attestation per epoch, and no matter how big the validator set gets, every one of those signatures has to be aggregated over the course of 1 epoch. So you only have 32 slots to kind of go through, accumulate all those aggregations, and then propagate the aggregate attestations too. So there's kind of huge amounts of overheads in terms of P2P networking. If Alice has 4 validators running on her machine, she has to broadcast 4 messages for every epoch because she has 4 attestations, rather than a single one that would account for all the stake on her machine. Cool, so that's kind of the problem statement. And the solution is, it kind of sounds simple in principle, which is effective balance. And that's why we call it a modest proposal, because it's a bit of a misnomer, because there's actually kind of a number of other things that we have to do along the way to both make it feasible and secure, and also to increase adoption and make sure that this EIP actually gets used. So this is the 2 lines. If that simple, that would be great. But one important note here is that we keep the max effective balance, or min activation balance. So we want to raise the maximum balance while keeping the floor at 32 ETH. So we still want 32 ETH, accessible to home stakers and hobbyists, but making it ETH in this case will hopefully allow the big staking operators to consolidate and merge their validators into smaller sets. Cool. So one of the core, I guess, features of this, that we need validators to merge without exiting the consensus layer. So again, we have Alice here. She has 4 validators that each have 32 ETH, and we want her to be able to combine them into a single validator that has 128 ETH. Once she does this, she can throw away the validators 2 through 4 and just do everything under the validator number 1 index. And the reason we need the index merging to take place is because if we have 870,000 validators and we want to consolidate them, we need the adoption of the staking pools because they're the ones who are running like all the stake. They have all these signing keys. And in order for them to be able to merge without exiting the consensus layer, in order to avoid the process of withdrawing all 4 of those validators, combining the stake into one new deposit, and then going back through the activation queue. So that life cycle there is, I guess, prohibitively slow, especially for Pete on APY. So in order to incentivize them to do it or to kind of lower the cost of doing it for them, doing it in without having to exit is a very important feature. Like it's kind of a must-have from their perspective. Another thing is either choosing enabling custom ceilings or execution layer partial withdrawals or both. It's kind of a lot of jargon there, but basically the idea here is that if someone's running a validator with say like 1,000 ETH, they need a way to signal that they want some of that ETH out without necessarily withdrawing the entire validator. You could think of this as they might need to pay their tax bill or they need to, but essentially there needs to be a way of simplifying the process of withdrawing stake, given that the sweep might not be effective for people who have a very large effective balance. So there's kind of 2 ways to do this. The first one is these custom ceilings. So this diagram tries to kind of highlight what we have. We have the same sweep progression as before, so we're moving left to right. But the 3 validators now have different ceilings that they set. So validator 1 set a 64 ETH ceiling, validator 2 set a 32 ETH ceiling, and validator 3 set a 96 ETH ceiling. So the sweep will still move like left to right and then circle back and go back to validator 1, but the amount that is swept off will change stake each validator has. So in particular, validator number 3, who has a lot bigger balance, will have 3 in each through each sweep, but they still are able to kind of fine-tune where they want that ceiling to be. And in the ideal world, all the staking pools would set the ceiling all the way up to 2,048 ETH, and that would be a full 64 times consolidation of all their validators. We expect that the adoption would probably be a little more gradual in terms of, maybe they combine 4 validators into 128 ETH validators and then 2 of those into 256, et cetera, kind of like building up trust in their setup and reducing any larger slashing event. But that's the goal, is to have validators have more control over where the sweep kicks in for them. Alternatively, we could have what's called execution layer partial withdrawal. It's a bit of a mouthful, but basically the idea here is that the withdraw credential is the place that effectively like owns the ETH from the view of the execution layer, right? You initiate an exit from the consensus layer, the ETH goes to the withdraw credential. This is just an EOA. It could be either a contract, it could be an EOA or a contract. And EOA is this idea that we could have exits triggered by the withdrawal contract. And this idea of execution layer partial withdrawal to say, not only can you exit from the execution layer address, but you can also initiate a partial withdrawal. So if the staking pools and solo stakers kind of maintain control over the validators without necessarily having to worry so much about only one key being able to withdraw ETH from there. Cool. Another part of the solution space is potentially changing the slashing penalty. So the slashing penalties on Ethereum are really complicated. So I won't go into too much of the detail, but the important thing that we're going to pay attention to is what's called the initial penalty. Okay. The initial penalty is basically applied to a validator immediately once they commit a slashing violation. And right now we have power set to 1. So what this means is we have effective balance, which is usually 32 ETH for all the validators. So the initial penalty is 1 ETH for a slashing condition in today's version. But the problem with this is that it would scale linearly, and that would be very punitive for anyone to consolidate. So if a staking pool consolidated 64 times, then that one validator, if they get slashed, would be slashed 64 ETH, which is quite bad. So we could instead potentially scale it sublinearly, and we don't even have to necessarily do this form of scaling, but this is like one, the text is a little small here, but you could imagine like a constant slashing penalty that's applied for everyone, or you could imagine the penalty scaling as like the square of the effective balance rather than linearly in the effective balance itself. Cool. So what does this actually get us? It cleans up some of this historical tech debt. So I guess a little reason for why this validator balance was set to 30, or the max effective balance was set to 32 ETH in the first place, is that the original sharding design required a committee within the consensus layer. And so in order to ensure that the subcommittees weren't like biased in any direction, you had to set this ceiling in order to make sure that there's good representation of the honest majority in each subcommittee. New design with sharding, not the execution, but just sharding the data, where we only use that committee for attestation aggregation, which is a 1 of n honesty assumption rather than a majority honesty assumption. It also improves the network stability. This kind of circles back to the ideas from before. And it also enables this auto-compounding feature and flexible balances for solo stakers. So just a quick before and after. Without this auto-compounding feature, the solo stake have 32 ETH until they accumulate enough ETH to deploy another 32 ETH validator, right? And this is like many, many years potentially in order to get that, versus priest to the max effective balance. They immediately start earning extra rewards for all the rewards that they earned in the first compounding effect. The staking pools already get this because they're big enough to deploy new validators constantly, but solo stakers don't have access to this. And flexible balances just want to have a 40 ETH validator. You don't have to deploy that 8 ETH somewhere else. You can do it all through your solo staking. It also opens up the path to single slot finality and potentially aims to decrease the min activation balance. So this is if we could potentially get into a world where you actually reduce the 32 ETH minimum down to like 16 ETH or 8 ETH and make solo staking home. So thank you very much. This QR code sends you to this GitHub gist, and it should have all the links you need to read more on this. So thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Working. Oh, perfect. Here it comes. Just being live streamed here.
Hello, thank you very much for this. And I get question regarding entry and exit queue. Currently, we have like churn limit equal to amount of validators. And if I understand correctly, in case of this heap, it would be switched to balance. So like how it would how validators would enter, especially if I would like to make one validator which is 2048 ETH. So like one validator, or I need to wait several blocks, like how this will work.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. And that's exactly what he tries to address. So yeah, the context here is that currently the churn limited by the number of validators, but we change it to be rate limited by the amount of stake of that validator. So if you deploy a 2048 ETH validator, it might take several epochs for it to activate, and that'll be the only validator that's activating during that time. So it's kind of like you're just throttling it based on the amount of ETH coming in rather than the number of validators. So yeah, and happy to talk offline about the technicals there. It's a cool part of the design.
Okay, perfect. I think we have one more question here. Does anybody have a question for Mike? All right, I did have one, Mike. When you combine your validators, if you're running multiple validators on your node, do they have to have the same withdrawal credential, or how does that work?
Yeah, so if you combine them, it will have the validator that you combine into will have to have the withdrawal credential that you choose. So kind of merge them into an existing validator. So you choose whichever one has a withdrawal credential that you're happy with the larger validator having, and then you do that. I don't think it would be worth the complexity of engineering it so that there could be multiple withdrawal credentials for a single validator. That would be a bigger change, but yeah.
Perfect. Well, again, thank you very much for kicking us off today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Is it working?
Is that working? Yeah, yeah. It looks like it's second screen though.
How do I
See the second screen?
How do I?
That's a good question. I don't know. Like, do you know how to switch? Can you drag it to the other screen? There it goes. Yeah. Keep dragging. Keep dragging.
No, this one. I couldn't
You
find.
could just drag it over to the other screen.
How to drag it back?
Was it Google Slides or was it
Yeah.
drag it over? Drag the whole window over. Go back to the browser. Yeah. There it goes. And then, can you see it?
Sorry, I couldn't find it.
Bring it back here and just
second.
pull it out of the browser. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. That will not work right here. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that as we were switching. Our next speaker here is YQ. YQ is the founder of AltLayer, and he's going to be speaking to us about a mock, a fast finality layer for rollups leveraging restaking. YQ?
Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, great to be here. And yeah, today we will just introduce our latest research around this fast finality layer, especially for the Ethereum rollup leveraging the restaking. So this is a collaboration together with EigenLayer and also RISC-0 team. So later on, I will show you how this magic achieves. So why we talk about fast finality, especially for Ethereum rollups, because all layer we are building this orchestration layer. Basically, for all the different rollups, we help our partners, games, and social application, and also DeFi applications. During this process, by setting up all the rollup for them, okay, there are a lot of requirements and demands from them to really build a faster finality layer for bridging services and sometimes and also for their DeFi application services. So on top of the layer we're building, right, as you can see, it's very straightforward. You can really launch your rollup via their dashboard. So I think when we get into this faster finality, we need to know what's the current status of it on Ethereum and also the rollup space. I believe most of the audience here, right, you are quite into this Ethereum staking space. So as we all know, typically we call Ethereum as the settlement layer. The settlement layer, basically we have some very important functionalities. The first one that we all know that we have a lot of Ethereum for different rollups, for example, optimistic rollups and also ZK rollups. Typically, Ethereum really handles all the verification for sort of fault proofs and also validity proofs. This makes Ethereum really as a settlement layer. Beyond that, we are right now in crypto space. We have most of the liquid assets on Ethereum, not just about Ether, but we also have the wrapped BTC and the various stable coins. In total, like all these assets make Ethereum as the sort of source of liquidity. So different rollups or different L1s, typically they borrow the liquidity from Ethereum. It also makes Ethereum as the importance of this settlement layer. And beyond that, as I just mentioned, right, for the other layers like rollups or alternative L1s, they borrow this liquidity basically via the like messaging protocol or different bridges just to really try to guide this source of fund from the Ethereum. And typically when we say the finality, this word, there's a proper definition for it. For example, when we say a transaction, right, typically we say there's a finality for the transaction that So basically, the block that includes this transaction can't be altered or reverted or modified without having the control of supermajority. So then I have a quick question, like for Ethereum post, right? So you feel that the finality for Ethereum is 12 seconds. Can you raise your hands? Or the finality is 12 minutes. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, so that's why I say like most of our audience are the taking, right? So I will show you that because right now, even after post, actually the Ethereum is still over 12 minutes or 14 minutes. So if you look at the details, right now in the Ethereum system, as we can see, there are multiple blocks, and within a block we have 22 slots. And typical for each, you can see that it includes like sort of the transactions within that block. And each slot is 12 seconds. It's precise or seconds. So it's a deterministic, not like before the POS, it's a POW, right? Typically we say it's roughly 12 seconds, but right now it's exactly 12 seconds. And after that, we did have 32 slots. And typically when we say a block is justified when there are over 2/3 of the validators in a typical committee attested, okay, that block is fine, and we sign the signature, so it's like sort of justified. And after that, right, after typically one block, we can see most of the, honest or good validators, they will just like continue signing the like sort of the slots and confirm that, okay, for the past lot of slots, they are fine. And after that, when we say slot is finalized, typically it's already after 2 epochs. And we see 2 epochs, right, as you can see, one epoch 32 slots, right? 2 epochs, it's 64. So after 2 epochs, we can really confirm that, with super high probability that the slot or the block is the finalized. So in that case, we say this is the final. Typically, it takes like 12 minutes or even longer, like 40 minutes. This is with the latest consensus protocol of Ethereum, FFG. So basically, it's really, really confirmed on Ethereum. So that's why sometimes if you use exchange, right? Even after post, we can see that, okay, a transaction already into a slot, into a block, then it should be fine, right? But at the same time, for most of the central exchanges, they still wait for over 15 minutes if you really look at the like sort of a number. But these finality time rollups, why I mention about this, because like for most of the rollups, right, as you can see, typically we say the finality for rollup is not like the sequencer transaction or execute transaction. Typically takes like 1-2 seconds, but that's not the real finality for rollup. We call it the soft finality. So when we say there's a finality, typically we say the section or the block from these L2s or the rollups can be finalized on Ethereum. Then we call it actually hard finality for a rollup. So in that case, if we look at this diagram, right, as I just mentioned, for rollup typically there are 2 finalities. One is like soft finality. We all know like for Optimism, Arbitrum, or even like latest Polygon ZK EVM and Scroll, they all have relatively single sequencer to basically precise all the transactions. And after the processing like sort of the transaction, they usually the blocks on the L2. And after that, it depends on the mechanism they use. Either they post the state rule hash to Ethereum first, and after that, they post like sort of the comprised transaction data to Ethereum. Or, like for example, Polygon ZK EVM, they prefer post all the like sort of data to Ethereum first. After that, they generate proofs for that with their proof. After that, they put the proof to Ethereum again for the final verification of the proof. In whatever cases, right, as you can see, the soft finality mostly is on the sequencer side. Since right now most of the rollups they're using a single, it's roughly like a trust me bro model. And if for some famous, right, like this Optimism or Base or even like a different ZK rollup, right, we know that they won't leverage sequencer to do malicious stuff like reordering or front running or even double spend. So in that case, the software finality should be fine, like 2 seconds. But for most of the rollups, for example, we help them to set up, right? There's some gaming companies, they are in the crypto space, or some social application. They are new companies. They don't have that kind of reputation like you to really blindly trust them. So then how we solve this issue about the faster finality? Of course, the information won't be enough for them. And but at the same time, if we really wait for the hard finality, for example, the sequencer posts the data to the L1 like Ethereum and then do the verification, it typically already takes a lot of minutes, right? And a proper proof system like ZK proof, you need to wait the proof to be posted on Ethereum. That typically takes like half to 1 hour to generate the proof. And for optimistic rollup, typically it takes 7 days for a challenge period. But for a lot of customers we are serving, right, they want something really fast, especially games, right? For the fully on-chain game project, they want to have the similar experience like a Web 2, like 100 millisecond latency or like roughly like that. So in that case, how like basically we handle the trade-off for different projects on the finality requirements, especially for the general purpose L2s or rollups, right? We are sort of okay with this relatively slow finality or confirmation thing because as I just mentioned, right, for most of the general tools, we know their brands. We know that they don't do malicious stuff with high probability. But for some of the new projects, such high reputation, in that case, we need to find a way to provide like sort of a faster finality. So that's sort of like we come up with the idea, okay, we should build this new sort of like mechanism to really penalty for the rollups, especially the rollups don't really have a very strong brand, like people don't really trust them. It's sort of like the slogan we already say that don't trust, just verify. And the design finality for rollups, right? Typically we have a bunch of like these requirements or goals we want to achieve. Like sort of like we have this kind of fast confirmation for rollup transactions without much trust on the entity itself. Right, we want to leverage some crypto economic security to handle the different malicious vectors. And since we already have a very diversified landscape of rollups like OP stacks and also some various ZK rollup stacks, we want to basically handle all of them. And also for different runtime beyond the EVM, we also have MIPS and RISC-V or different runtimes. We want to handle as many as possible. So that's sort of as I mentioned, right, with all this background. So that's the real rationale behind this MAP protocol. Basically, we want to have like sort of you can treat it as a middleware layer or something to do this, provide this faster finality for different rollups. At the same time, just want to ensure that we have enough verification resources can provide the trust for different parties without really have the trust on the single brand. And how about the basic idea? The basic idea, as we can see, right, if you don't have all the trust on the like sort of single sequencer, typically the best way for a third party that, okay, I can run the full node. I just re-execute all the transactions and to report the state transition for it. So that's sort of the very basic idea. But as you can see, right, if you want to run or optimize your Arbitrum, typical right now takes you a lot of resources. Like even for the syncing, it's like over 2 terabyte data. So it's like sort of difficult. And beyond that, what are the services on top of it you can provide? Typically, as we can see, right, of the bridges and the cross-chain messaging protocol can be on top of it. Because once you have the faster finality on the rollup proper verification and also on the rollup B, so then the external protocols on top of it, just to like sort of, okay, we already verified the state transitions on rollup A and also rollup B, so we can just pass the metadata. In the real like sort of design and implementation, we sort of categorize into 3 different categories. One is the permissive node and optimistic mode and also the validity proof mode. For the pessimistic mode I mentioned, it's sort of like a little bit stubborn way. You just re-execute all transactions and just to reproduce the state and just make sure like the MPT tree and also the state transitions are correct. So in that case, the most sort of stubborn way is to run the full nodes for different rollups, but it's not the ideal case heavy. So that's why on our side we're building the stateless clients for different rollups. And we already have some OP stats, so soon we can provide for all the audience here just to run the nodes as part of the network verification and provide the fast finality layer for the public. And beyond that, we also have some intrinsic tricks on it, right? Instead of re-executing almost everything for the existing transaction and blocks, you can have some optimistic way similar to our optimistic rollups. You can do this, we can assume the sequencer somehow behave normally, right? Typically, you are running your own project, right? Intention to ruin your own product, right? Except you want to do the schema at the beginning. So in that case, we assume the sequencer somehow wants to really perform the correct state transition since the beginning. So in that case, sort of run these nodes in the MAC network, right, to monitor these state transitions, and we don't do the active re-execution. It's just sometimes if something wrong, and third call this optimistic mode. Basically, it's a bisection protocol between the sequencer and also network. So we will identify sort of which transaction, even the instruction level is behaving wrong. So in that case, we do the bisection across a different block, further identify the transaction instruction inside that block to basically figure out who's behaving wrongly. So we used for the fraud proof or fault proof in the optimistic rollup. And beyond that, collaboration with RISC-0, we further developed these called ZK fault proof models. Instead of doing this bisection or the fraud proof, a very complex protocol between several parties, we sort of generate the ZK proof for most of the precise in the middle, just to remove as much interactions as possible. But the cost or the trade-off of that to generate, it takes a longer time. For example, for one block, it takes over 40 minutes, and the cost around less than $100. But still, compared to the previous model, it's very costly. But at the same time, I reduce a lot of these interactions between different parties. And then this is the last mode, and this mode is very heavy somehow, as I mentioned, right? Since we already have the ZK proof in place, so in that case, we can always generate a ZK proof for the past state transitions as much as possible. So in that case, instead of posting all the proofs on Ethereum, you can treat MAC network as a middleware layer, or you can treat it as a virtual layer. You can proofs on this MAC network, or replace it with some other L2s or L1s, just to make sure you can always get the proper verification from this proof about the state transitions. So with these, the three different modes for the fast finality layer, right? It really depends on the application project purpose. For different purpose, you can leverage sort of different fast finality mechanism. And at the same time, I just mentioned, right? There's a trade-off between the cost and also the security guarantee you want. Okay, ZK proof is always the best, right? So we can do all the sort of proof generation and verification, just make sure everything is executed correctly. But the trade-off that the prover cost is very high. Every month, probably just for the prover, you need to pay around $10,000, something like that. But at the same time, if you want to reduce the cost, you can leverage some optimistic sort of a verification mode, right? In that case, the costs are very low. You have some normal validators and for it, but at the same time, you don't really have the same guarantee of the ZK proof. So as first implementation for this fast finality layer, we leveraging sort of these eigenlayers design. by running some of the MAC network nodes at the AVS operator, we borrow the security guarantee from the eigenlayers and then use these security guarantees as these AVS operators for the MAC network. So in that case, as you can see, right, if we put these AVS operators back into the three modes I just mentioned, right, if typically they are behaving correctly, right, if they are behaving wrongly, you can see there's a slashing mechanism. So with a proper proof, like basically can show that these guys are behaving wrongly, and we will slash this sort of the bound from the borrowed from this eigenlayer restaking side. The in status I showed to you, right? We already have this proper fast finality implementation for some of the rollups which we can compare into WASM, and some of them actually like this OP stack and some other rollup stacks. So in that case, for the audience, if you would like to try out this kind of fast finality operator, right? Like very soon, probably next month, we will roll out some detailed tutorials and instructions for you to register as this operator, as you can see, right? And after that, you can opt in via the platform and by running operators and to do this either the optimistic way verification or do some like very heavy ZK proof generation. As the conclusion, for a lot of existing general purpose L2 rollups, they are with the very big brands, and basically people really feel that we don't need to do extra verifications. So in that case, like the soft confirmation from the sequencer should be okay. But for the long tail rollups, which we don't know their brand very well, and or some new project, right? So in that case, it's better we do some verification instead of blind trust them. So in that case, we need to leverage some fast finality mechanism like the MAC system to really provide this extra confidence sort of the transactions they executed on the rollup side. And beyond that finality layer, we can definitely have a lot of interesting services built on top of it, like this bridging or cross-chain or cross-rollup messaging protocols. And yeah, so that concludes all my talk. If you have any questions, feel free to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk today here.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, well, then we'll go ahead and start with the next speaker here. It's a little bit ahead of schedule, but that will give us a little bit more time for the presenter and for questions afterwards here. Pleased to introduce you to Jason Vanrek, who is the CTO and co-founder of Pufferfy, talking about native liquid restaking.
Yep. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Puffer, some of what was our journey to get here. So we'll kick it right off. So Puffer is a liquid restaking protocol. There's sort of a lot of new words in there, so I'm going to give some background first. And yeah, let's get started. So I'm sure all of you are probably familiar with liquid staking tokens, but for the rest of the audience maybe watching, I'll try and give a quick background to really see how this contrasts with what we're doing. So for a recap, pretty simple. Stakers deposit ETH, they mint some kind of liquid staking token, and nodes are able to borrow this ETH to run validators to generate proof of stake rewards. They earn a portion of the rewards, and the rest goes back to the liquid token holders. And the idea is that these stakers can redeem ETH plus rewards minus any penalties accrued by these validators at the future. So there's some pros and cons here. I think the industry leaning towards pros because of the yield of LSTs, the ease of use, the liquidity, the ability to take it to DeFi, but also from the node operator point of view, there's this increased capital efficiency. You don't need 32 ETH to run a validator. But of course, there's the cons. As we saw from Mike, we have proof of stake congestion. We have centralization vectors where proof of stake is the validator set is kind of starting to get dominated by some protocols, and really reduced economic security when we're talking about staking protocols where the actual node operators aren't putting down collateral. So while the industry today might be leaning towards the pros, I think really we should be focusing on tomorrow's problems because they might be sort of worse than the benefits we're getting today. And so this was really how our journey started, but we're also coming from an out-of-protocol solution. So you might know Puffer a little bit from our first sort of intro. We built this thing called Secure Signer. It's this anti-slashing kind of mechanism. Actually, Ladislas will be giving a talk on this in more depth later today. So I'll just kind of cover it at a very, very high level. But the idea is that you have what's called a secure enclave. In the current implementation, we're using Intel SGX as a trusted execution environment. And the idea is we're going to expand this to other hardware manufacturers. And what you do is you really generate your value and store it within this secure enclave. And as the actual validator, I have no idea what my actual validator private key is. And this is important because it really prevents me from shooting myself in the foot. I'm not getting a validator on two separate clients and get slashed because I don't have the ability to really take my key and put it. And these enclaves are pretty interesting because you're able to actually add logic within them. And what we're doing is we're adding these anti-slashing rules, very similar to what your normal and consensus clients are already doing. But it's just considered a strict security enhancement because the actual logic is within the proof environment. And so we built this as part of an EF grant and open sourced it. So while we use it within our protocol, it's also available for solo stakers as well. And I think that's Ladislas's talk is on how solo stakers can really be using this. So this was our approach, and when we came building Puffer, and the idea was, okay, we can reduce slashing risk, and for a permissionless liquid staking protocol, this really means we can reduce the bond requirement, which would help to participate, and that helps increase decentralization. And the end, did we solve this, or is this too simple? And so Puffer has really come a long way since that. Definitely this enclave and secure signer is a big part of the protocol, but we've kind of come a long way since then. So where are we today? So we, in build this protocol, really wanted to follow some guiding principles here. So the main one is we have to be permissionless from day one and always. And the protocol should be safe. And this always, of course, for stakers, like the people holding the LST. So for the node operators. So this is where technology like Secure Signer comes in. Eventually that can be complemented with DVT as well. And then it should be capital efficient. It should be accessible for node operators to and it should be profitable for those node operators, for people to actually have the incentive to. And of course, scalability. If your protocol isn't scalable, then you're not going to be able to attract enough capital to really onboard more validators as well. And finally, ethos alignment. Maybe most important here is that the pool should and try its best to follow along with the ethos of the community. So, okay, with that being said, following those guiding principles, really what is Puffer at a high level. So we're Ethereum liquid staking, where you earn proof of stake rewards with your validators, but we're also doing native restaking on top of EigenLayer. So that's able to generate restaking rewards. And maybe a quick clarification here, this is often lost, is there's a difference between native restaking and kind of regular restaking. Whereas regular restaking is like you take your liquid staking token and you restake that to run some of these EigenLayer AVSs. Restaking, you're taking your Ethereum validator, their beacon chain ETH, different applications. So what does this result in? So Puffer, we're calling this native liquid restaking, and instead of a liquid staking token, we're calling this a native liquid restaking token. So that's kind of the overview. So what are some of the features? So one thing we put out last week was a post that we collabed with Justin Drake on called Smoothing Commitments. And the end of very simple, but also kind of interesting. And I think it opens a lot of potential research as an alcohol kind of technique we can use. So the idea is that if I want to run a validator for a service, I can actually pay upfront some close to the expected value of what I would make as a validator. And in exchange, I get to actually keep all of the rewards that I generated. So all of the consensus rewards, all of the MEV. And this really has a lot of interesting kind of results. So one of them is from the point of view of stakers, like on Puffer, they actually earn months of rewards upfront rather than over the course of many months. And so this has some nice growth properties for like an upcoming liquid staking protocol to try and compete with these more centralized ones. Other important thing is, I think Justin coined the phrase rug pooling, the idea where if your validator's collateral is really low, then there's actually clear incentive for you to try and steal MEV if you get this juicy block that's worth more than your collateral. And actually trying to police that and enforce that is like probably an unsolvable problem unless we have some kind of like MEV smoothing or MEV burn. And so yeah, feel free to check out at the bottom, there's a link to the research post. And so what does this look like now to become a node in Puffer? So there's kind of two. If you're using Secure Signer and you're able to prove it, and we built these smart contracts that allow you to be able to prove that you're running the specific enclave, then your bond lower, and so you'd be paying locking 1 ETH collateral and then paying this smoothing commitment for whichever duration you prefer. But if you don't want to actually use the hardware or if you're having difficulty getting access to it to run it on your existing setup, then it would be a slightly higher bond. Together, in Puffer's actual architecture, so we have these things which we're calling strategies. You can also think of them like restaking modules. A node would deposit their bond into the Puffer protocol. And sort of the main thing here is that we have this non-restaking kind of module as like the most big one. Like we don't want to all of the ETH is distributed within the protocol, and prioritizing the non-restaking is sort of the least risky. So then what happens is, so the node, after they deposit, they're going to borrow ETH to run their validator, and they're going to dip that into the strategy of their choice. So for example, that could be a strategy that runs EigenDA, it runs like the mock alt layer stuff that we just saw from the last presentation, or any new AVSs that come to market and combinations of them. But one important thing is that the actual strategy should be immutable in the actual AVSs that it commits to, not just adding new ones that could cause slashing. And so how is this broken down? So each of these strategies, many different validators deployed into them, but they'll be run by one strategy operator. So the operator is the person that's actually running the AVSs, but then part of the rewards are trickling back down to these validators that are within the strategy, and also down to the LST holders as well. So what this really looks like from the point of view of a node operator is I can deploy a validator for much less capital, and now I'm able to also earn restaking rewards on top of my proof of stake rewards, and so increase the viability and the profit. So what is, so PuffETH is our native liquid restaking token or our liquid staking token. And it is a combination of these restaking rewards, these smoothing commitments paid by the validators, and also the staked ETH deposited by the stakers. So maybe let's try and recap real quick. So stakers are going to deposit ETH, and these nodes are going to pay smoothing commitments and deposit bonds. They're going to then give a month's worth of proof of stake rewards up front to these stakers through the smoothing commitments. And the node is then able to borrow 32 ETH to deploy it to the strategy. And this ETH will be natively restaked and then run by one of these strategy operators. And this will generate restaking rewards that sort of flow back through the protocol and pay back the validators and stakers. So there's some interesting dynamics when we're talking about these smoothing commitments and these like high. So we're calling these things growth spurts. So one way to think about it is that whenever a node joins Puffer now, actual yield on the native liquid restaking token will increase. So from day as like just 1-to-1, you have 1 ETH is worth 1 PuffETH. But then because of this high growth dynamic, like very quickly you can see how like the convert rate can really grow. And I think this is very kind of interesting. Mike had also talked about limit, and that's being introduced in one of the future EIPs. And from the point, like we're trying to compete with some of these centralized liquid staking protocols, but the churn limit also sort of slows our growth as well. But it's interesting because through this dynamic, some bootstrapping and growth of our protocol before the validators even hit the validator set. So that's where it's come in. But of course, in ethos alignment, we have what's called our burst threshold, a 2% threshold. The protocol will automatically hike up the fees and sort of quickly like reduce the incentives for you to join as a Puffer node. Yeah, so let's maybe wrap this up about Puffer. So we tried to sort of go back and see if we reach some of these guiding principles. Safety, we're having our anti-slasher, we built it with SGX, but we're starting to diversify that into multiple different hardware manufacturers. Of course, like all of our nodes are bonded to prevent or to sort of align things better, and also because we're permissionless. And then for the viability of these node operators and the growth of the protocol, we're combining these proof of staking rewards as well. And of course, yeah, for ethos alignment, we're capping the protocol to 22%. So with that, yeah, thank you so much. And I'm yeah, happy to take any questions. And yeah, please, some of our links, we're going to actually be launching on the public testnet this month. So yeah, please join, run some Puffer nodes. But thank you.
We have time for multiple questions. Does anybody have any questions for Jason?
Hey, Jason, great talk. So I have a quick question. When you run the like sort of SGX, is there any like sort of major latency compared to the nodes without SGX? Just want to know some of the data.
Yeah, actually, yeah, very, very low overhead. And also in the implementation, Web3 signer built from Consensus. Secure Signer is actually just like a re-implementation of that in Rust. So in Rust, like nice and fast, and yeah, there's little latency.
So question, can you roll back to the slides with the loop?
Yes.
Yeah, this one. So I just want, I'm curious, which component, like in the future, you would like to apply the SGX in? Like, will it be on the node side and also the operators, and so what are the like with SGX?
Yeah, great question. So primarily right now, that's starting on the node operator side. So when you're actually registering your node, you're actually going through this process of remote attestation where you're proving that you're running this specific enclave that's running this specific set of software. And really what this is showing, generated the key inside of the enclave, and the enclave is running all the necessary / protection logic. And yeah, you're able to prove on chain it into the protocol. So that's where it's used today. And we're going to expand that to other hardware manufacturers. But actually moving forward, I think there's a lot of interesting applications of that, especially in the context of eigenlayer. So like we're doing this for Ethereum proof of stake to prevent equivocation from our nodes. And equivocation is one of the things in like many. And so you can actually reapply that same technology and have like, so from our strategy operator's point of view, another consensus protocol through eigenlayer, they would be able to use SGX as well and prove that they're running that as well.
From the audience here. I had one for you, Jason, maybe two. The first is to storing the signing key, the validator key, in the SGX enclave in there. What are the risks? I know you're about that system, but is there a risk of maybe that node getting damaged or destroyed and then losing the key? Is there a way to back it up on steel or in some other secure system?
Yeah, stuff is that like if your hardware is just like obliterated, the physical machine. So you won't be able to recover it in that case. So we really recommend pre-signing these exit messages in advance. So you'd have to withdraw in that case, but also post EIP 7002, you'd also be able to do that through the smart contract.
Yeah, the second follow-up question is with regards to the comments you had on the MEV theft, the stealing of the MEV. What is the approach or solution that you're taking now to ensure that your nodes that are bond with are indeed sending that MEV to the correct fee recipient?
Yeah. So that is kind of the hard problem. Is like how do you enforce that? So you can like use these off-chain solutions, like using an oracle to check like, okay, if our validator produced a block and the fee recipient is incorrect, hash their bond. But really, this is like a difficult problem because one, now we're introducing this extra dependency on like an oracle. Maybe once 4788 comes out, we can do that more trustlessly. But I think the major issue here is that we don't know if there's like off-chain deals going on where like maybe just pennies of the MEV is actually sent to the fee recipient and the rest is done off-chain. Like real like in-protocol things like MEV burn would help that. But the idea with the smoothing commitments is from the point of view of our protocol, like we don't care anymore if you're keeping all of the MEV. Because the idea is that you paid up front close to the expected value of it, so that now like fee recipient goes to your own wallet and that's fine.
Okay, excellent. So that's part of the MEV commitment smoothing is actually an upfront cost, and then the node operator gets to keep the MEV.
Exactly.
Okay, excellent. Any other questions from the group before we let Jason go? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker here is going to be online, Alan from SSV, and so we're actually going to take a short break and reconvene at 11:35. So we'll give you a little bit of time to visit the sponsors, grab some food, and we'll begin promptly at Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I'll go ahead and get us started here so we can keep on time. We still have a number of speakers lined up for this morning till the lunch break. They are breaking the rooms at slightly different times to just keep the lunch line a little short. And we'll get the details to you at the next break about lunch and where we're going. But right now I'd like to Murak, who is the founder of SSV Network. Familiar with SSV Network? It's one of the leaders in DVT-based staking. Elon, can you hear us? Okay, hang on one second, Elon. I think you can hear us, but we can't hear you. They're working on it. Try it now.
Hey everyone, happy to be here.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, we're ready for your presentation, so feel free to go ahead and walk us through.
Screen. Happy to be here. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. My name is Alan. I'm one of the co-founders for SSV's core team. SSV is the first DVT network implementation out there. We've been working on it for quite a while, for a few years, and just recently launched on mainnet. DVT is, for anyone who is familiar, DVT stands for Distributed Validator Technology. It started out several years ago with the idea of using a protocol that can distribute validators on Ethereum's operators can then together collectively coordinate and work and execute on the behalf of the validator with a goal in mind to enable extreme decentralization for Ethereum on the infrastructural level, on the kind of the basic component of staking, which is the validator itself. And so with many years of development, 2023 was marked by us and others as the DVT year for both us and other protocols. And as we kind of started working towards main and then launching and so on and starting to plan 2024, obviously DVT is set to become a major force in the Ethereum staking world, and with it comes a lot of jump scaling. Some of them are the more obvious ones, but some of them are a bit more, I think, for this type of technology. And so I wanted to kind of walk through really what it takes to scale up DVT towards 2024, 2025, being able to take up tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands in an easy way for developers. And so kind of the DVT fundamentally, DVT, as I said before, is being able, is a protocol that enables distributing of validator basically pieces, and those pieces being assigned to different independent operators. Those operators can then, through the protocol, coordinate and execute on the behalf of the validator itself. We're using, hope everyone can hear me well. It's basically two different types of technologies. One is threshold signatures, and the other one is fault tolerance, gives us fault tolerance. And really, DVT is enables that in a permissionless in a permissionless way with no coordination. That is, within a matter of minutes, with a simple Ethereum transaction, you can basically run you can basically run a DVT validator on mainnet. It doesn't require any coordination with the operators. It's a simple Ethereum transaction. We even support advanced schemes like distributed key generations, and it also includes settlement. And it's a kind of developers and solo stakers wanting to run validators in distributed ways. So those are kind of the fundamentals of DVT, and specific SSV on mainnet for just over a month and a half, pushing out I think it's the updated numbers, 920 validators, around 60 node operators, and virtually 100% performance in terms of attestation rate, effectiveness, and so on. I think it's like 99.9 something. And so, in that, it's working great and really kind of anticipating the challenges for taking this from 1,000 validators all the way to hundreds of thousands of validators. That's where the challenge relies, and obviously, I mean, it's all over the world. Node operators communicate and are placed on different continents and different data centers. And so going back to kind of the challenges of scaling, we're really talking about kind of scaling triangle. And so LNG is the protocol itself. How do you optimize the protocol to be supportive of scaling to large amounts of validators? But the two other challenges, I think, are more DVT specific, where one of them is how do you do cluster formation? That's one set of problems. And another one is the settlement itself. Those 3 points ultimately will determine how well DVT networks can scale up and be able to support a lot of validators. And turning into the first one, which is I would say the more obvious one, the protocol itself. It's really important to the life cycle of duty execution within SSV. A duty comes for each validator run on SSV, and at least one duty per epoch. And a duty really has 3 phases: a pre-consensus and post-consensus phase. Not all duties require a pre-consensus phase, just duties that require some pre-signature before you can actually fetch the duty data. So it's more lines of a proposal, the block proposal, and aggregation duties. But attestation duties, for example, only require 2 phases of consensus and post-consensus. Consensus where the operators themselves decide on what to sign, what data to sign, and then when they sign it, reconstruct a valid signature that the beacon chain can then process. The beacon chain itself is not aware of a DVT versus non-DVT validators. Ultimately, the signature itself is indistinguishable. So that's really the life cycle of how we process a duty within a DVT network. But it's also important to understand that a DVT network which enables permissionless and zero coordination validators is really a network of all connecting between one another. In our case, some smart contract which synchronize all of them to which validator they are assigned to. And so where the challenges lie are really within how do you propagate messages, validate, process them, and so on. And we specifically in SSV are using the PopSub protocol. It's very similar even in configuration to what the beacon chain does, just slightly different in the way the topics are made. But nonetheless, PopSub is really great. It's very robust and enables very easy discoverability between operators and operators. But also it has some overhead. And that overhead is the number of messages each node needs to relay to others. As a rule of thumb, the minimum required messages for a simple execution like an attestation requires at least 10 messages for the consensus and post-consensus together. But that's like the bare minimum. Realistically, we're talking probably around 13 message minimum in a real-world scenario for attestation duties, and obviously duties that require pre-consensus requires 3 to 4 extra messages. Again, that's for a 4 operator cluster. And that requires message and also considering cases where operators are not necessarily online or even honest. And so all of that really creates challenges around which we need to optimize. We need to optimize the way message propagated, validated, and so on and so forth. Optimize around consensus protocols that enable faster reaction if one of the operators is malicious or offline. And so that's kind of the first set of challenges. Building up is obviously linear, but it's still a lot of messages. So I tried to plot here an example where the dotted line is 50,000 validators running on SSV, for example. That puts us in a realistic kind of scenario around 1,700 to 2,000 messages a second. Now, not all node operators need to process all of those messages, but the amount of messages is pretty significant. It's not something which is impossible. We have protocols that process more, but nonetheless, it's a challenge. And so with the right optimizations, the right architecture around networking and consensus protocols, we can make sure that protocol like SSV can really scale to much more than 50,000 validators. But that's nonetheless a challenge that needs to be addressed. And that's under the consideration that the performance for each individual validator cannot drop below kind of the standard stock legacy or current infrastructure used for staking. And so that's kind of the first the protocol itself, and obviously node implementations and so on. The second challenge is really cluster formation. Cluster challenges built into it. The first one is key generation itself. So how do you generate keys? There's multiple ways. The simple one is in a centralized way, but as an industry, we're seeing more adoption of something called generation, where the keys is generated collectively by the operator ones actually executing on the behalf of the validator. DKG is a bit more advanced. DKG requires some extra to actually facilitate it. But nonetheless, it still has to be permissionless with zero coordination. It to be kind of vision, because again, we believe in a DVT network where you can, with a simple Ethereum transaction. And so if the key generation itself is not permissionless and without coordination, then more problematic. So key generation is one challenge, making it completely permissionless and without coordination. Well, we're making big strides with that. The next, I don't know if anyone heard about the simple DVT proposal by Liza. It's a proposal to actually bring DVT very quickly, and so there we will be using a dedicated DVT network DKG which is completely permissionless and has no. Again, it's a quick way to generate keys in a distributed way and ready SSV network. And so in cluster formation, key generation is one part of the issue. Sorry, anyone talk? And so in cluster formation, key generation is one part of the problem. And another one is really how do you select distribute shares, how do you select operators and distribute shares to them? Again, think about a network that scales with 1,000 operators, then discoverability and the ability to distinguish between operators becomes crucial. And so selection and distribution within cluster formation becomes another challenge. And so we have initiatives like the Verified Operators Committee, where we try to create a subset of operators which are going through a DAO verification process. And I believe that other communities will be creating more quote-unquote verified operators for those communities, and the various ways to create those curated list operators that can still be permissionless, but ways to enable users in the choose operators is extremely important if you want to scale, but not only scale, but scale in a way which is decentralized. If we keep selecting the same operators, it's adding a lot of value to Ethereum. So, the vision where we can have thousands of operators on the SSV network and all of them get selected in various capacities to be serving in clusters is extremely important. Obviously, again, part of the cluster formation side is also managing those clusters. And for example, if some of the operators are not performing as well, being able to change operators within a cluster is extremely important. So all of that, again, think about a state application building on SSV with thousands of validators, then it becomes a scaling issue, and we need to have the right tools and approach to make it easy to manage those thousands of validators, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to use. And so cluster formation is really the second challenge towards scaling. The third part is settlement. Settlement is crucial. It's a necessary being the SSV network for a simple reason, which is if you want to have a permissionless network, operators need to know they get paid. And so settlement is a big part of making sure permissionless. And settlement really has two parts to it. The first part is fees themselves. So how do we manage, and it seems on the surface is a simple problem, but it's not, because different protocols, different developers, different takers use different methods of paying fees, and so we need to facilitate, or at least be able to let them support all of those types of settlement schemes, and it needs to be efficient, it needs to be simple, and so settlement is a big part. So one of the things we're working towards is what we call fee abstraction. The fee management will be able to be customizable within the SSV protocol, which basically means that, you know, if large projects like Lighter, Rocket Pool, even smaller ones, and even solo stakers using SSV, they can each have their own customized way of dealing with fees, different tokens, different payment schemes, and so on. And so that's extremely important. And another point I would say that starting to emerge I would put it within settlement itself, are bonded operators. It seems that as an industry, we're moving towards a more sophisticated marketplace for bonded operators. And bonded operators, I believe, are a key component for a truly decentralized staking, I would say, ecosystem for Ethereum, especially on LST's point of view. It is part of being able to sell operator, being able to select or being able to understand the process from both ends. And so again, putting kind of into context, DVT is in its main year, but 2024, 2025 will be the scaling years for DVT, especially DVT networks like SSV. And so being able to understand the bottlenecks for scaling is crucial, and is paramount to the success of a protocol like SSV, especially around the protocol itself, cluster formation, and then some. I think we've done a lot of work, but there is a lot of work ahead of us, and hopefully we'll see networks like SSV scale up in 2024 to tens of thousands of validators based on those optimizations we're working on. Thank you, and I would love any questions if anyone has any.
Hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We're going to check to see if there's any questions from the audience here. We've got a couple here.
Yeah, since SSV is addressing settlement, is it necessarily going to be compatible with restaking protocols like EigenLayer, or is that something that's going to be exclusive?
It's going to be compatible and even more so. You'll have to wait and see.
I had a couple of questions for it as we're beginning to learn more and more about DVT at this ETH gathering. A couple of questions kind of came up. I've been seeing different terminologies. Some protocols refer to the set of individuals that are running a shared data as a cluster. Other protocols call them a squad. What are the terms that SSV is using for both the aggregate group of people and an individual person in that group?
So the base layer, there's the node operator. A node operator is anyone basically can run an operator on the SSV network. A cluster is a collection of node operators with specific set sizes in mind for fault tolerance. So we support 4, 7, 10, and 13 group sizes. And then the validators or staker is really the one that controls the funds, that controls the value for the validator itself.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It's always interesting how everybody uses slightly different terminologies for different roles in the system. Maybe that could be something the protocols start to standard to help people educate people better about the various different roles and what to do. One other question I have before we look for others in the audience here is, in the process of a DVT-based validator, can you explain a little bit how block proposals work? Is there just one cluster that actually is the one that gets to approach the relay and begin the signing for the block header, or do a cluster, do they reach out to the relay and get the same header? How does the actual proposal work?
Oh, that's a great question. So when a proposal duty starts, specifically for proposals, there's a precursor phase, which is called, in our case, called a pre-consensus phase, where they are all signing the RANDAL together. So that's there to fetch a block data from either the beacon node or a relay. Once they did that, operator goes to their own relay set and fetches a blinded block, or in the case of directly to their beacon node in the case of a full block. And then there's a deterministic way to decide who is the leader for this specific duty execution. That leader says, I'm proposing we are all signing this block. All of them take the block that that leader wants to sign or propose. They check for various things for that block. They check if the block is valid, if it's not flashable, if it's even relevant to the current epoch. There's a bunch of checks that each one of the members of the cluster does. And if all of them, or at least a threshold of them, which in our case 2/3 of them, decide that this block is valid and then they proceed to actually sign it. And so it's the case where one of the operators proposes something to have the okay from at least a threshold of the others to actually go and sign it. You have separate phases for the consensus and post-consensus phases. The consensus phase is where they're actually deciding, but it could be the case that the proposer for the block propose an invalid block, or a block that doesn't, or a block which is maybe too, for a previous epoch, or even it could be the case that the proposer is offline, and then the proposer. And so the end result of the consensus phase is where all of, at least a threshold of operators decide they are okay with signing a specific block, and they are all signing it. Experiment with more advanced consensus protocol, which works a bit differently in a more optimized way. But that's the case with the current version of SSV.
Thank you very much for that response in there. And just one quick follow-up is, when you mentioned actually validate the block to make certain there isn't an invalid transaction, what happens in the case of a relay? They're just signing the block header.
Yeah.
Kind of a trust thing that the elected leader of the cluster pulled a valid from the correct relay.
It's not even the leader. It's actually with MEV you always have some assumptions between the actual. It could be the case of DVT, but it can also be the case of a solo stake. The entity that fetches the blinded block and the relay. The relay ultimately only reveals the transactions once you sign. So there's always a trust assumption between the relay and whoever asking for the block. And so it could be the case where the transactions themselves are invalid, but that's kind of a fundamental centralization issue within the MEV architecture as of now, instead of something which is DVT specific. Ultimately, as long as the transactions themselves are not revealed to you, you need to trust the relay. There is a trust assumption there. Once the rest of the check outside of the transaction, there's a bunch of different other checks. Each operator can verify for their own. They don't
Control F5 is okay. Just let me because it's Wi-Fi, right? So
Yeah.
I need to make sure because I have a.
We're going to go ahead and begin there. I apologize for the technical delay there, but we're actually just right back on time here. So we've got two more speakers to go before our first speaker here is Lettery, who is the founder of Rotki Solutions, and you're going to be speaking us today about a topic of beyond solo staking.
Yeah. Hey, hello everybody. Again, sorry for the technical problem. I just installed Linux on a new computer, and yeah, things. When you open another monitor, yeah, I should have checked that before. Anyway, so for those of you who don't know me, I'm Lefteris. I've been in Ethereum since 2014. I worked for the foundation, generally in the Solidity compiler, the C++ client, later made the DAO along with the guys at Slockit, so sorry for that. And participated in the hack afterwards, the cleanup and the ETC, all of that stuff. Then I worked in L2s in Raiden, what is basically a Bitcoin, so Lightning Network to Ethereum is what Raiden was supposed to be for Lightning Network for Bitcoin. Raiden was supposed to be for Ethereum. And I founded Rotki, which is a local portfolio tracking and accounting tool. So whenever I mention staking to my mother, she's always thinking that there's a solo guy just sitting alone eating a steak. It's like, it's not actually something that we should all try to be doing. I hope that many of you here are working on solo staking. So all you need to do is maintain a thing just like this Intel NUC here. You need to just run an execution, a consensus client, and that consensus client should have a validator side. You don't need to buy liquid staking derivatives. You just need to self-manage your key store and your validators, everything on this own local machine. The benefits, you get all the fees, right? There is no protocol fees. There is a possibility for a high, juicy MEV block, which almost always seems to go to Lido for some reason. I don't know, like it's never, like every time I see these tweets, oh yes, maybe no, never. You get paid in ETH, and not derivative token. You have control and full freedom over your stake. You're not exposed into protocol and contract risk. We haven't seen any problem with LSTs, but who knows? And it's good for the network. Like if you ever heard Superfizz talk about it, yes, decentralization, please run solo validators. There are drawbacks, of course. It's not all rosy. Yeah, someone ate a K there. It needs occasional maintenance work. Like you can see, this is a staker that I ran at some point. It needs, depending on jurisdiction, you need to consider tax implications. So in some jurisdictions, it's a bit harder for you to run your own node because it makes you have to have a company. The LSTs have their own problems. In some other jurisdictions, you need to generally consider with a tax accountant before doing it. And all the dangers of self-custody, like if the whole thing catches on fire and you don't have anything, any backups anywhere else, then you're screwed. So as I said, staking was meant to be done using your own machine from your own home, right? But why stop there? Why not just do more stuff from our machine that we run locally? Why just, use the staker, have the solo staking set up there, and then portfolio tracking through Zapper and do your accounting through accounting? I mean, you have the machine there. Why not just use it? The reason that you should not just be using these other centralized tools is that everything is a centralized software as a service tool that has data that they keep, and it can be sold or it can be leaked in the no malice at all. Still, things can leak, and you don't own anything. So, like for an accounting tool that has data for you, it's not yours. It can cease to exist, and you can lose access to this data. And this is not just fear mongering, like Amin, Friederike, in 2 different cases, had their accounting data from whatever tool they were using, which they're not naming here, and they go out of business. They lose access to their data that they spent probably months painstakingly, modifying and making sure that everything adds up, and then boom, this software as a service dies, and you lose all your data. So let's not use dApps in quote unquote. Fake dApps, as I like to call them, is just centralized server architecture. Everything is stored remotely. There is complexity, lack of control, and you're at the mercy of data leaks and hacks. So when we started Ethereum, this is not what we have centralized app. Like just everything is on a server. That server actually talks to the chain, and then they say it's your dApp, but the data is all ours. So if there is, we have a privacy policy, or I've checked the privacy policy. It says that they respect my privacy. Have you ever read privacy policies to see what they say? Like this is just one from an accounting tool. It basically explains to the user that they will track everything that is legally possible, and this will just keep all this data. Some, like then you use this app, and then you have like Harold say that they're asking about my staging setup right now after using this app. Of course, not everybody is malicious, and not everybody is out to get your data. That's definitely true, but we should just remove the need for privacy policies, remove the need for trust, and it's not that someone wants to do harm, but DB Access can just open it to the public. They can just delete it by mistake. We should strive to use apps that cannot be evil. So let's build apps that cannot be evil over apps that just you have to trust not to be evil. Brings me to local first software, which is things that people should run also on their node, on their own machine. It's something that for the older guys in here, basically it means software. Started and all the cloud software became a thing. There are some engineers that made this seminal paper about local first software. You own your data in spite of the cloud. And the idea here is that, so this is the author, the main author. We still build software that should keep the majority of the functionality local. So all the data is stored locally. You design the software having security and privacy as paramount. We are not in an offline world. Everything is interconnected. You will use a network. There will be a network connection, but it's not necessary to run the app, and it would not be necessary for the main functionality. So, like, I don't know, you don't have every single keystroke be a round trip to a server. So everybody that runs a solo running something like this or something bigger, right? So this is the Intel NUC. As I said, this baby can fit a lot of local apps for your Web3 journey, not just take Nethermind or Git or Lighthouse. So you can, wait, did I skip? Well, yeah, I actually skipped one. So yeah, you're running all the clients, right? Git, Lighthouse, Nimbus, Erigon, Lodestar, Prism, and Teku, but you can run a lot more. Either by your own setup, like just set up a Linux server with whatever you want, or you can use a dAppNode, for example, seen here, where you can easily install any apps that you want in your node. Not only staging apps or clients, but also like something like Rotki or Mysterium, which is a P2P marketplace for traffic. So the idea that I'm trying to imprint into the audience is that we should just use more local tools. So try to replace centralized Explorer like Etherscan, here is the withdrawal validator, with something like Otterscan, which is always available if you run it on your node. It's super fast and does not track. Exactly the same thing as Etherscan. Like if you, I don't know how far you can see, but the results are the same. And replace centralized APIs, such as the Graph or Covalent, with indexers that are local. To run true blocks inside your node. It will index what matters to you or what you need. The data is always available. It's fun contacting an offsite API. and it doesn't have any API fees or nothing will throttle you. And closer to my heart, like accounting and tracking, something like Coinly, replace it with something like Rotki that runs locally, protects you. All the data is there and will always be available. And always available doesn't mean that just because it runs on your computer, it will always be available. Local tools, you can actually always run the last version of the tool, even if, I don't know, knock on wood, something happens to me, or the company ceases to exist, you can always just run the last version of the software. And it's open source, so if it's worth a damn, someone can just continue, something happens. Other ideas is to replace a local VPN, not for every use case, but for the use case that, let's say you're in a country that closes off many different URLs. You can just use something like your own machine with a DApp node to just go through your machine, send all your traffic through your machine back in your home country to browse as if you are back in the country. So to focus a bit more on local management and accounting, which is what I know best, so the thing is we make this software called Rotki. It's open source and local first with everything. Does portfolio tracking for cryptocurrencies and for a bit for traditional finance, like your bank or stocks, etc. It offers profit loss reporting and accounting, and it preserves your privacy. Also for staking, we know staking. Like I stake, and I also bother everybody that runs the clients, Teku guys, Lighthouse guys. I think that Buddha from Beacon saying hates me. I report bugs. We generally know staking very well because we do it, and we create tools that track staking. So this is why you should try to when you want to track your staking. So what it does is just gives you an overview of all of your assets in a dashboard, historical. So like the net worth graph, how much you have in, I don't know, various exchanges, various chains, how much you have in manual input balances like your bank or some stocks that cannot be tracked. And it also can track all of the EVM transactions, understand them, decode them in human readable format, and show them to you. And it also connects with Kraken and more. And it shows those events and any other events that maybe you can also input manually. As I said, we can create a profit loss report that is basically accounting over all of the events over like staking, whatever else you have, and then export it in a CSV so that you can share it with your accountant. Rotki is to be totally customizable for as many different jurisdictions as possible. You can customize stuff like the nodes used for each chain, customize the pricing, like the price oracles used, in what order, what's the probability, and different for current prices and different for historical prices. And for accounting, like accounting has so many different, even in Europe, like every country, even though they are European Union, seems to want to do things completely different. So we try to have as configurations as possible and add more and more as users ask for them. So since this is, let's see, what does that mean? I had a video. But it says something. I'm offline. Okay. Seem to not have a connection. Yeah. Anyway, like there is no connection. It's because it's offline. Can you check? Yeah, anyway, so imagine that there is a video showing basically, there is no point in showing for staking we can so Rotki can show you what you can Okay, can you hear me? Cool. So for staking, Rotki can show you basically how many validators you have by checking the withdrawal and the deposit addresses, and then it was withdrawn from the consensus layer, gained basically by layer. by withdrawals, and then thank you so much. Yeah, funny thing is that I had loaded before. Anyway, so this is how it looks like. So how much ETH has this is a demo account. Consensus layer rewards withdrawn from the execution layer, withdrawn from consensus layer. Then we can see the performance of validators in year, month, week, or day, which is taken from Beacon Chain API, this performance. We see the decoded events, like which blocks have been produced by which validators and how much was MEV reward, how much was the block reward, and if some of this is yours and some of this is someone else's. You can filter for other types of events, such as deposit events, and this is like a multi-deposit event, or the withdrawal events, and then check how many withdrawals were done for all of and you can also see the attestations for all your validators per day, and like filter for the red ones to see whenever your validators went offline. And for like this is not ETH staking, but it's still staking. Like there is other staking protocols such as Liquidity, for example. You can see how much LUSD you put in the stable stability pool. You can see how much profit was had per protocol. This is just an example for Liquidity. And then the per protocol event, something in the staking of stability pool for Liquidity, and you see how much you can claim the rewards, like this user claimed rewards there. Some of you may be staking, which you should not be doing, in exchanges. We also support this. So, for example, for Kraken, you can ETH, or you can use their earn program that I guess lends like Bitcoin or others, and it takes what it can, like Kusama, Polkadot, etc. So, I guess I'm running out of time. So, in order to close, I would like to ask everyone to be staking locally and use local software. As for Rotki, if you like the ideas of open source and local first applications, then please try to work with us. We accept open source, everything is open source, but we're also hiring. So if you're very interested, just Discord and talk to us. Spread the word. If you want to support us, you can buy a premium subscription that unlocks some limits and more features. And of course, donate to our cause. We are basically everywhere, like Gitcoin, RetroPGF, and all of the other donation platforms. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is maybe we'll hold questions to the lunch break here. We've got one more speaker coming up here, and I do want to get us to the lunch buffet on time here. So I think we have both of our speakers for the next one coming much. All right, so our next speaker here is Alvaro, who is is a research engineer and is also affiliated with the DAppNode network. And he's MEVs and smoothing them as a solo staker.
Thank you. So yeah, my name is Alvaro, and I'm here today to talk about how to smooth your MEV rewards as a solo staker. So we have a problem here. A solo staker, which is defined as a entity that runs Ethereum validator, that runs few Ethereum validators, let's say one, will only propose an average of 3 blocks a year. This is calculated 880,000 validators. As some of you may know, the execution rewards have a huge variance. So some blocks may have a huge reward, a very small reward. So this makes the APR, the return of investment in percent a year, not predictable, right? It's on pure luck. So yeah, we can't rely on luck. So let's say that we have Paco, is a Manolo, are solo stakers. They run a dApp node from their home, and they only have 1 validator. We have Paco that is lucky and poses 3 blocks in a given year that, as you can see, the reward is high, right? But then we have Manolo that proposes 3 blocks with a very small reward. This makes Paco happy and happy. The problem here is that beforehand, a priori, you don't know if you are going to be Paco or Manolo, right? And this is a huge issue because we can't have solo stakers depending on luck. Here on the left side, we have a block with 200 ETH of reward, and on the right side we have a block with 0.02 cents, right? Which is nothing. So you don't want to be the guy proposing 3 blocks like the one in the right a year. So luckily we have a solution, and it's the MEV smoothing pool, aka Smooth, that I have helped developing. Lansky from DAppNode will, after me, say a few words. And there may be, or not, be an alpha leak by the end of this talk, so feel free to stay. So how does it work? Long story short, solo stakers send their rewards to a common pool, aka smart contract. These rewards are divided or split equally between or among all participants. So yeah, basically the execute rewards are smoothed. But how does it work? So I have details on how this project works. It has mainly 3 components. We have the Oracle, we have a front end. The Oracle is I would say, the most complex part. It does off-chain calculations of the rewards and settles everything on chain, updating a Merkle root in the contract. And this Merkle root is like a summary of all the balances of all the individual validators. Of course, it uses a consensus and an execution client. So you can see an example here. We have Paco, we have Manolo, and we have Fulgencio, 3 solo stakers, and they propose blocks, sending the root into the pool or the contract. Oracle, which monitors the contract and calculates the rewards that belong to each staker. Then every now and then this Oracle settles everything on chain with updating a Merkle root in the contract, and then each solo staker can submitting the Merkle proofs. They can claim their share rewards. You can see Paco claims, Manolo claims, and Fulgencio claims, and everyone is happy. We have some penalizations. If you, for example, block, you will get a warning. It's like a yellow flag in football. We also have a red flag, which means that you have 2 blocks in a row. This will mean that you are not eligible for rewards. The moment that you propose a block valid, then your state is reset, and you are back again being. And then we have one last penalization that is like some kind of a slashing, that if you propose a block with a wrong fee recipient, then you will be banned from the smoothing pool forever. So don't be that guy. The Oracle has a feature that it runs with a quorum, a very simple consensus of n out of m. So all the calculating the state, and all of them update the Merkle root on chain. And if n out of m agree on the same root, this root will be considered like finalized, and we will consider it valid. This Oracle is run by whitelisted entities, we still don't know how many. And yeah, by now this Merkle root is updated every 4 days, which is quite frequent. So every 4 days, you will be able to see your reward, be able to claim them with their interface that I will show later. On the other hand, we have the contract, quite simple. This contract is the address that receives the rewards. So you select this address as the fee recipient of your validator. It also handles the subscriptions. So join the pool, you have to subscribe. The smart contract handles this. Then also the unsubscriptions when you want to leave. And then the claims. If you submit the valid Merkle proof with a valid address, then you will be able to claim your share of your rewards. And the last but not least, we have the front end. As you can see, it's quite simple. If you connect this front end with your MetaMask wallet, you will see under My Validators all your validators, and you will be able to subscribe or unsubscribe them from this interface. As simple as 2 clicks. 2 clicks. Connect wallet and subscribe. Then on the right side, you can see all. With this button, you can claim your share of the rewards. And then on the top, we have some metrics, validators, and yes, more metrics. So you may say, okay, this looks interesting. How can I join? So the requirements are quite low. You only need an active validator in Ethereum mainnet. You have to deposit some, which is $20, which is nothing. And you have to change your free recipient to the address of the smoothing pool. You also need non-BLS withdrawal credentials. And it's important to note that there are 2 ways of, it could be a manual subscription or an automatic subscription. So this means that manual is when you deposit, express your intention to subscribe, and you will be getting rewards from t equals 0. Then we have subscription that if any validator sends the rewards to this address, we will consider this validator as subscribed, no matter if this validator has deposited the collateral. This is, in my opinion, because with the manual subscription, you start getting rewards from t equals 0, but with the automatic subscription, we won't consider you subscribed until you propose the first block. And this can take a few months, weeks, or even seconds, depending on how lucky you are. The good part of this is that you can leave at any time the pool. And okay, you may ask, how do we deal with bad actors, right? Because I can see people there for sure thinking about how to cheat the system, right? So we have to define what is a bad actor. So we define as bad actor validators with a wrong fee recipient or lazy validator, that maybe they have the correct fee recipient, but they are not performing properly, meaning that they are missing. So we fix this by different ways. First of all, the collateral is lost. This collateral that I told you before of $20 is lost if you set a wrong fee recipient. So if you propose a block, if you are subscribed and you propose a block with the wrong fee recipient, your collateral is taken and then you are banned from the pool. The good news is that the first block that you propose that is correct, you back the collateral. We don't want your money. This is just a decentralized project, open source, blah, blah. Also, you can't claim until the first block is posted. This is very important because otherwise people would be subscribing into the pool, and without proposing any blocks, they would be getting rewards. And they don't, of course. We split the rewards into accumulated, that are the rewards that belong to you, but you can't claim yet. And then we have the claimable rewards, which are the rewards that you can claim at any time. Every block you propose, you convert your accumulated rewards into claimable, and you can claim them in the interface that you have seen before. And yeah, also we deal with bad actors with different penalties, the yellow flag, the red flag, and the ban that we have explained before. And yeah, now we have Lansky from Dapnode that will be explaining a bit more about the smoothing pool. So give him a round of applause.
All right, thank you, Alvaro. This wouldn't have been possible without Alvaro dedicating on setting up all of the edge cases, what could go wrong, setting up all the Oracle code. Huge props to Jesus from the ZK VM from Polygon for taking care of most. And yeah, this has been it's not only a Dapnode effort, it's been an effort from a lot of people by the idea that users or solo stakers should be at par with centralized pools or even pools of other kinds. Because, yeah, here. Pools like Lido or Rocket Pool or, well, Rocket Pool actually has it thanks to the smoothing pool. And actually, here's my other thanks that I have to say. All of this idea of the smoothing pool for solo stakers came because of Ken. And Ken's talk at Bogota at DevCon, where we were like, okay, that's fantastic, the work that they've done on the Rocket Pool, smoothing pools. Now, how can we translate, how can we bring this to solo stakers to put them at par with smoothing pools? So big round of applause for Ken and the rocket scientists. And thank you, Ken, because that you were the... Yeah, as we said, pools have natural smoothing. Big centralized services, Kraken exchanges, they act as natural smoothing pools. And as Lefteris just mentioned in the talk before, lottery blocks sometimes, well, somehow they always end up in the hands of Lido, right? So we can see that MEV is a sort of centralizing force, meaning that if you are a staker that stakes with one of these pools, a centralized exchange like Kraken, because of this effect of the smoothing, it could be that you're actually, even though you get a fee that they take, you would actually end up with a higher reward because of this. You as a solo, if you are Paco or Manolo, if you're Manolo, you're screwed. Like, you're better off, and there's no way of knowing this. So huge disincentive for solo stakers to even jump into doing something like this, because, you know, I am better off. I am a lot safer to have like a regular reward if I stake with any other pool, and I am actually quite screwed if I happen to be in the case of Manolo. So how do we fight back? How do we bring solo stakers level as these pools? And well, the answer is this whole presentation, and the alpha leak here is that today at 3 a.m. in the morning, Edu, Jesus, Alvaro deployed in mainnet. And why is this alpha leak? Thank you. So this is ready and available. The front end is not ready, will be ready at the end of the day. And why is this alpha leak? This is an alpha leak because this is a soft launch. We haven't officially launched, scribing your validators there. And this is an alpha leak because you might have something to gain. So there's that's a summary. But what here, you can see that there's a button that says donate up there. And here what we're trying to do is we're trying to allow other parties to incentivize solo stakers. What does this mean? It means that people can donate to the MEV smoothing pool contract directly. They can send ETH to the MEV smoothing pool contract and effectively incentivize every single solo staker that is participating in the smoothing pool. That means that you can single-handedly, an entity that wants to fund public goods and they want to fund validators directly, they can go to the smoothing pool and directly fund every single solo staker that is participating in the smoothing pool. So it's important here because that's DAppNode branding and this sort of stuff, but and there's going to be really easy ways of participating from DAppNode itself. If you're using DAppNode as your staking machine, you'll be able to just click a button and subscribe to the pool if you want. It's obviously opt-in and open source, and like, of course. They need only to go to smooth.dappnode.io and participate and sign up. They just need their fee recipient address into the MEV smoothing pool address, and they will start participating as well. And again, why leak? Because I have good news for you if you're solo stakers. An audit contest with flying colors. There was barely anything worth that was dangerous or that was not just stellar. So the budget that we had decided, if the authorities, if the tax authorities, once the tax authorities clear this budget. So we're going to be dedicating part of this to do exactly this, to incentivize solo stakers at large, and we're going to be donating to the pool. And if you are one of the first to subscribe in the pool, that means that you'll basically will come to your validator straight up, nothing to do. It's not going to be a lottery block. You're just going to get that lottery for yourself. So that is probably going to happen before we do the main launch next week. So as soon, if you see me around, find me. It's kind of like sort of like a shady alpha, but find me and I'll let you know when the smooth.dapnode.io is pointed to the right smart contract, and you can subscribe yourself and save yourself. Last summary, stop depending on luck. The lucks, you propose only on average 3.4 blocks, and you don't know when that's going to be, and if it's going to be 3. You could propose less. Do not miss high fees season. It is terrible when you propose a block, and this block happens to be in a time where Ethereum is dead. There's no blocks. And then it's equally disastrous when you're seeing that high fees everywhere, everybody's getting rich, and your dApp node is, or your solo staker, your validator is not proposing anything. Stop missing high season, subscribe to a smoothing pool, this problem is solved. And finally, have exposure to MEV, lottery blocks. You yourself, with 3 blocks a year, very rarely will gain up not having exposure to these lottery blocks or having little exposure, and join a smoothing pool and gain exposure to all of these lottery blocks with huge rewards. That's all for me. Thank you, Alvaro, again, for doing this possible.
Thank you. Thank you both. We just have a little bit of time for a few questions there. Before we begin, I should certainly give a lot of credit to Joe Klampus and the Rocket Pool community. He did work on its smoothing pool. I just happened to do a little bit of maths on the probability for it, and showed the incentive for joining a smoothing pool, and presented that. But I'm very excited to see this here. One question I did have to the first question in the audience is, let me just make certain I understand this right. You do not have to be running a dApp node hardware to join the dApp node smoothing pool. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. The only thing that you need is as Alvaro explained, there's 2 ways of subscribing. There's an automatic subscription that will happen when you automatically send your execution layer rewards to the pool. You'll be automatically subscribed. But you can start earning or accumulating rewards from today if you sign up in this deposit of $20. Then you'll start accumulating rewards from now as a solo staker. And the only thing you need to do is make sure that your fee recipient address is set to the pool.
Cool. Thanks, Lansky. I was curious if you could shed a little light on which relayers are used behind the scenes and if there's any control from the participating.
Right, so we're not in control of we don't want any opinion on what relayers people use on their setups. You can choose any relayer, and then when you're subscribing, that will check that you're in fact subscribed to a relayer. But that's your choice. If you want to be compliant, OFAC, not OFAC compliant, that's absolutely your choice, and we do not enforce particular relays.
All right, any other questions from the audience here? Okay, at Colfax, do we know any of the details about lunch?
Yes, we do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So, sorry about that. Lunch has begun. It's right outside this door, at least for the next hour or so, I believe. So head on out there, and then we're going to be back on this stage. When do we resume? I think it's 1:35. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Test, sound check, test. Test, sound check, test. Test, sound check, test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test, sound check, test. Sound test, check. 1, 2. Test, sound check. Test, sound check. Test, sound check. Test, sound check. Test. Test, sound check, test. 1, 2. Test, sound check. Test, check, 1, 2. Sound test, check, check. 1, 2, sound test. Sound test, 1, 2, sound test. To this topic as an eater first, my partner and I fell in love through food. We met during the pandemic, other through long walks and home-cooked meals. She put a glittering mound of pasta in front of me, and I thought how lucky I was to have fallen for an Italian. Most Italians have a strident pride, a passion which occasionally verge on the maniacal. The food industry makes up a quarter of Italy's GDP and a substantial portion of tourists draw. Food is tightly bound with the ideas of national identity, and politicians often rely on a kind of gastro-nationalism. Test, sound check, test, 1, 2.
Ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5. Sound check, sound test. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ses deneme. Benim yardıma ihtiyacım yok, sor. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Sound test, testing. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ses deneme, say hey. Ses deneme 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Is this alright or should I continue? 2 minutes. Alright, okay. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme 10. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am going to continue, right? Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Say hey. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, çarşamba, perşembe, cuma, cumartesi, pazar. Ses deneme. Can I stop? Alright.
Sound test, sound 1 2 check. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2 check 1 2 check. Sound test 1 2 1 2 check. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 check. Sound test 1 2. Sound test 1 2 1 2. Sound test 1 2 chess. Test 1 test. Sound test 1 2 check. Sound test 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
Thank you, everyone, for coming back in. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I have the pleasure of introducing Oshin, who's the co-founder and CTO of Obol, and he's going to be talking about the impact of validators on solo staking. So give Oshin a warm welcome.
Okay, hello everybody. So, my name is Oshin, I'm CTO and co-founder at Obol, and today we're going to talk about distributed validators and specifically how they impact Solo. So, what I'm going to talk about is, for those of you that are unfamiliar, I'm briefly going to touch on distributed validators, including some of the architecture decisions we've made as Obol when making them. Then I'm going to get into some of the pain points in solo staking, talk a bit about the kind of history and worrying about stake centralization. Then we'll look at how DVs can actually be of use to solo stakers. And then lastly, and most importantly, we're going to talk about how you can get involved today in squad staking. For those of you that haven't seen any of my stuff before, we're going to talk about what are distributed validators. So a distributed validator is an Ethereum validator that runs on multiple machines instead of one, and it has fault tolerance. You can think of it like a multi-sig for a validator, where not everyone has to be online and signing all at the same time. This is particularly useful for solo stakers, or people that don't have perfect uptime, or 24/7 team that can look around and manage things. And what's also particularly special about it is you don't need the same entity piece of the validator. You can have 4 different people running 4 different pieces, or 7 or more. And into the technical details, one of the things that I'm particularly happy with about how we've gone and built distributed validators is which means that Charon, our client, sits between a validator client and a consensus client and only intercepts the rest traffic between them, but does not have runtime access to the private keys. I think this is super important for a number of reasons, security frankly being top of them. If ever there was something that went wrong with the Charon client, it might show something slashable to the downstream validator, but the downstream validator has its own slashing database. It says, I've already signed something at that slot height, I'm not doing it. Nor do your kind of keys get decrypted and exfiltrated or anything of the sort. It's also useful for people, and particularly enterprises, that have their own private key infrastructure. It's a really big app to say, hey, swap that out and put in our software. Instead to say, no, you just need to add a middleware to your stack, but other than that, you keep your own key management system. This is kind of a big thing for both adoption and, again, most importantly, security. What's also important is you can and should mix and match data and consensus clients within it. You should have in all of your different nodes, different ELs, different CLs, different validator clients. And if there's a 0-day or compromise in any of the pieces of software in that stack, so long as it's only a subset of the node, that really reduces the risk that something will go very wrong. Another piece of the puzzle, for those of you that haven't seen it before, is what we call the Distributed Validator Launchpad, or the DVPad. This you can think of as a successor to the ETH staking Launchpad, which was an interface developed by the EF and Consensus to facilitate the DV Launchpad. Serves the same purpose, and it particularly focuses on helping groups come together to create distributed validators. You run all the pieces yourself, you can just kind of create the keys using the CLI. But if you have multiple different entities around the world coming together to run, you want to know that you're working with the people you expect. So everyone signs messages with their well-known ledger addresses, their ENS, the contracts that help divide out the rewards. And you can generally have good confidence that you're running these things with who you expect, because hackers are someone that you don't trust. There's decent reason to be concerned. So now I want to talk a little bit about the solo staking, and I want to lead with the question: is staking from home easy yet? Anybody gonna staunchly defend saying it's easy to run a validator? Yes, I was suspecting. So I think solo staking is getting much easier over the last few years, but I still think there's a long way to go. Some of the difficulties of it is needing north of $50,000 to take part, or you can join a liquid staking protocol puzzle. The one that kind of galls me is the being on call 24/7, 365. I find very rarely my node will always die when I leave and I'm out of the country for a few weeks. Bandwidth caps matters to some people that don't have it. I know my parents are really unhappy with me when I burned through all the internet in their house because I had an kind of amount of peers running. Lots of the world don't have the most stable access to power. They experience kind of power outages, maybe load shedding. This can, at the very minimum, knock your validator offline. At a more worst case, it can corrupt your database and force you to resync. Hardware dying is one that hopefully you don't get run into all that often, but if your disk dies and you have to get a new one, that's quite a bit of like downtime and outage as you buy another one from Amazon, install it, sync it, and get it up and running. Version updates, not too bad. Technical expertise is coming a lot down. Credit to like the work of the node launchers around the space, including the DApp nodes, the Avados, Stereums, ETH Dockers, and so on. And even just generally trying to keep kind of high uptime, high rewards nodes isn't the easiest thing yet. But thankfully to a lot of people that are here today, it is definitely getting easier. So briefly, I wanted to talk about where I got into staking, and it was actually 5 years ago yesterday when I wrote this article. But at the time, I had kind of come to grips with the proof of work energy usage, and I was like, okay, this is like the alternative people are focusing on. And I was introduced to this idea of like proof of stake, and I was like, cool, let me, have a bit of read of it. See, at the time, it was 2,048 Ether minimum, which was about, I don't know, $500,000 of the ill-defined, but implicitly it could have been like all of your stake could be slashed. And with those two things in mind, I wrote this article called The Staking Problem, which is effectively, this is too hard and too scary, and if this isn't your core business model, you will outsource this to somebody in context. And given 5-10 years, my fear was that everybody would end up like outsourcing this to enterprises, and that there would be 3 main entities that had like total control over the stake. And my fear was not necessarily that they would have like stolen money, but my fear was they would have done something non-credibly neutral, begun to censor, begun to kind of maliciously like weaponize forks against people. And that was kind of my concern with staking at the time. And I was frankly a little bearish and maybe even suggesting we could like, think a bit longer. However, over the course of the years, the technology improved a lot. One of them being the adoption of BLS signatures allowed the stake to come down to 2008 Ether. And there was a talk at DevCon 5 in Osaka by these two gentlemen from the Ethereum Foundation, Karl and Donkrad, with the help of DTA as well, where knowing that BLS signature schemes were homomorphically additive, there is a better type of validator we can make now. We can make a validator that runs like a multisig, as we use the words now. This is kind of the foundation of what distributed validator technology is. And I actually didn't see this live. I would have seen it in early 2020 while I was building Block Daemon's ETH2 staking, and I was immediately a convert. I was like, perfect. Highly available validators that run on multiple machine people. This is definitely going to be a thing. And 5 years later, or 3 years from this, that's kind of where we're at. I'm super chuffed that through all of like the showings today and all the different schedules, there's so many teams talking about DVT for this, that, squad staking, and so on. So that brings me to why DVs, particularly for solo stakers. I can understand I spent a lot of time pitching it to like the enterprise side of things, but maybe not as much talking about on the solo staker side. So the first and foremost one for me is the idea that you can have, normal solo staker level of like time, dedication, uptime, but 3 nines are nearly immaculate uptime due to the fact that you have a group. And so long as, 3 out of 4 of you are online, or 5 out of 7 of you are online, your validator will be online. This allows you to kind of accept going on holidays and having your node breaking and fix when you come back, or not having a totally ready to go second staking machine synced and like ready for a failover, and not, paging yourself in the middle of the night when your validator goes off. Things like that will generally allow solo stakers to be indifferent from like enterprise performance. And that's one of the big things that I think is important for moving more of the stake to like solo stakers and away from kind of, the cloud, frankly. This idea of lowering maintenance is kind of what I'm talking about with disks. I got caught a while ago where I did not prune my disk in time and ended up filling it up to the brim, and then couldn't prune because pruning needs disk space. So my only option was just to like nuke the disk and like resync the full node. Been, a couple of days of downtime had I been solo staking, but this node was actually part of a distributed validator cluster, so it didn't miss, like, it's very handy. One of the big ones, which I'm going to talk about a little more in some of the coming up slides, is the idea that with distributed validator, it becomes more acceptable to have solo stakers take part in liquid staking protocols, because you don't need to trust them the same way you do when they have like total control over the validator key. I'll dig into that a little bit more as we talk about EtherFi and Operation Solo Staker and Lido Simple DVT module. And the last one on this is related to the kind of collateralized liquid staking protocols, the kind of rocket pools and others. They're all doing lots of good work trying to take their bonds down safely, but without exposing their protocol to risk. 8 Ether is still, frankly, a huge amount of money for a lot of the world, especially for like young people. If you can instead have 4 people all together put in 2 Ether and run, and that is, another way for you to kind of continue to bring down these collateralization requirements without, risking the protocol itself. You just say, let's all team up and do so. So, how can you actually take part? One of the things that I'm delighted to announce, and we announced it just the last while, is that we're encouraging everybody that wants to and has the means to run one validator on mainnet. And we're still keeping it capped at one validator for the time being. And we have a couple extra pieces of the puzzle that I want to draw your attention to. So the DV Launchpad, I've already talked about. That's the user interface for setting up validators. But now as we kind of move into beta and away from alpha, we're starting to focus more on developers of liquid staking protocols and missions. And the two pieces that might be of interest to you guys are the SDK that we've now shipped, which is a TypeScript to provision distributed validators and to retrieve the deposit data after key generation ceremonies, hide the use of DVs behind your user interface, make it kind of like a native part of your flow. And the other piece that I'm probably nearly more bullish on is what we call OBOL splits. These are smart contracts based on the splits.org team work to, without any upgradability, any mutability, and without any oracle, split Ethereum validator rewards deterministically across a number of operators and call itself. So this is something that I've been working on when I tried to make NFT validators in about 2020, and it wasn't usable until the post-merge, and we recently completed an audit with it that you can see on our website. But I'd highly recommend if the smart contract side of this is what you're interested in. These things can scale to thousands of validators, and there's no editability, no trust assumptions bar your usual smart contract risk. And last but not least, Charon, our middleware client, is going from strength to strength. We're just beginning a second audit of it now, and we're continuing to add features and improve its resilience. One of the next ones we're working on is partial deposits to make it easier to deposit into something like Rocket Pool and the likes. So from December 1st, what you can do is you can team up with other people, find a squad. I highly recommend finding them today. You have all of the solo stakers in the ecosystem around. You can go on to the beta launchpad, or I would strongly recommend do this on Holski or Gurley. Haven't run a mainnet validator before. Please, be sensible. You can, set up your distributed validator, pick the withdrawal address, your recipient, so on. You do your distributed key generation ceremony, make backups of your keys, turn on your nodes, make sure they're connected, all the nodes synced, everyone's ready to go, and then activate your deposit and activate the validator. We are also working a credentialing kind of effort at the moment, where we'll be issuing non-transferable NFTs to anybody that runs validators successfully on mainnet, because there's a lot of liquid staking protocols in the space that want more solo stakers, but trying to figure out how to kind of due diligence them, understand whether or not they are credible or not has been kind of difficult. So our step in that direction is to just drop NFTs to people that have run validators, so kind of look at them and be like, yeah, they're holding a testnet and a mainnet, technical credential. They probably know how to run a DV. The next thing I want to talk about in terms of ways to get involved, particularly on mainnet, is with EtherFi's Operation Solo Staker. OpStaker is an initiative started by the team a number of months ago in participation with DAppNode Avado as well. And the idea behind it is EtherFi wanted to have solo stakers running their nodes from the very beginning. So they did kind of an open call for applications, made a selection of some of the early adopters, and sent them DAppNode and Avado machines to their homes, running DV clusters, and then began activating validators on them. I think at this point they now have 40 solo stakers from 35 countries around the world taking part, and chatting to Iridian, I think the plan is to scale this up even more in the near term. So go find them if you want to get involved. The other main initiative on mainnet for distributed validators is on the Lido front. Lido have recently passed a proposal to put 0.5% of their stake on distributed validators as part of the simple DVT module. There's foray into running distributed validators on mainnet, and it will also be the first time that solo stakers will take part in Lido as a curated operator. Currently we're doing a kind of a dress rehearsal on Holski with them as a final kind of practice before go live. There are 212 operators taking part in OBOL clusters, and if all of them were to go to mainnet, that would be the guts of a 500% increase in Lido's operator set. So I'm really bullish about that, and if you can find Will Shannon around, he'll be talking about simple DVT, I believe. and hopefully be on in mainnet of this year, or mainnet early in the new year, and they will be doing multiple like waves of onboardings. So if you do want to get involved, there should be an application form somewhere on the internet. The last things to touch on is the dev side. These, EtherFi and Lido are just 2 examples, but there's a lot more liquid staking projects generally out there. I'd strongly encourage you to have a look at the SDK and the splits. Use them. I think they make great building blocks that are low trust and helpful to allow distributed validators to be incorporated into your product. And the idea being, you deploy the Solidity, set up the splitters as you so choose, create the distributed validator that exits to set of splitters, and then you get your node operators to run, create the keys, and then activate the validators. The last piece of the puzzle on the development side is we're putting a lot of focus in getting validators built into all of the public good community launchers. So that's your kind of ETH Docker, your Ethereum, Sedge, Dapnode Nevada, obviously, and more. We're super keen to have DVs to be, the easiest type of validator you can launch. So if you're involved with or working in any of those packages or products, would love to chat to you about it afterwards. One of the last things I want to talk about is kind of the community side of staking. So squad staking is this idea that you run with your squad. You run with people your friends, people that will back you up when your node is offline, and when when theirs are offline, you got their back. Yesterday we were at the SheFi Summit, and SheFi is a group of women in crypto that train each other how to use DeFi, use staking. Current cohort is ongoing. They have about 400 people learning at the moment, and Obal will be doing the staking week, where we will get them all to be doing the key generation and creating validators. And my goal between SheFi and all the other communities, EthStaker being a great example, loads of people able to set up DVs together. We have workshops going on. There was one just half an hour ago here. Iridian is doing, I believe there will be many more workshops going on. But my goal is that you and your, set up a distributed validator and can seek delegation. You can run your own Stakewise vault. You can put it into NodeSet. You can apply for Lido. All of these things is generally how I want to see the kind of staking market mature, and not be in a world where it's all just big enterprises, but it's instead people staking with their friends. So yeah, that's more or less the thing I want to leave you with, guys, is it's time to make squad staking a reality. Run nodes if you can, develop with them if you can, get more people taking part in ETH Proof of Stake consensus. That's me. Thank you very much, everyone. Might do a few questions.
Thank you, Oshin. That was awesome. Any questions from the audience?
Just a really simple question to start around what we often call T and N. Is this configurable at all? What I mean, the threshold number and the threshold, is it configurable in any way? I can have I need 2 signers out of 15, or is there certain, should one think about these trade-offs?
You could. We generally would not recommend changing it off of what the default is. So the default is strictly 2/3 or strictly 2/3 plus 1 of the number, because there's a consensus mechanism involved, and fewer than that. Let's say you had a 7-node cluster but only 2 to sign. 2 different groups could sign something and be slashable, but instead it's if you keep and your consensus works, there shouldn't be a scenario where you sign 2 slashable messages. So yes, it actually is there in an advanced flag if you want to go change it, but it's probably safest to use the default.
So obviously the Karen middleware is running alongside the usual clients. Hello, hello, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, so Karen is running alongside the usual clients, so it's yet another piece to this stack of clients that ever seems to be growing. MevBoost and 2 clients, and now Karen as well. So is there increased hardware requirements if you're trying to run Obal at home, or what's the situation?
Good question. The increase is pretty negligible. Karen will use 60 to 100 megabytes of RAM. So if you are not cutting it extremely fine, you should include that. And it doesn't really have any disk. It just has its config file, so a couple of kilobytes of disk. It is the peer-to-peer communication, but again, that's kilobytes a second, so nothing relative to actually running a beacon node.
Any more questions? Alrighty, well, thank you guys for coming to this talk. In this room is actually canceled, so we're going to resume here with some more talk about DVT and the Diva team at 2:45.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Ne kadar ara var? Kaç kişi olacak? 4.55'te 5 arasında 5 dakika ara var. 5 ile 5.45 arasındaki son oturum panel. Abi tamam mı? Şu anda ara var mı? Ne? Ne kadar? Abi kayıttan çıkarsa soruya cevap vermeyin. Sorry. They are asking if they stop recording for now because they are not the break. How long the break will take? kadar molalısınız abi. Evet abi, 2.45'e kadar. Okay, they are stop. Cancel oldu ya. Evet. Hadi kolay gelsin. Uğur beni sevmiyormuş, ben buradan gidiyorum. 2.45'te kişi mi gelecek? 2.45'te iyiymiş evet. 2.45'te kim gelecek? Bu oyunu kapatmıyorsun değil mi abi? İnşallah dediğinizde daha iyi olacak. I will double yayını hala kayıtları. Okay, still recording and going live hala. Yayını biz kaydetmiyoruz. Ondan belki. Yok. Kayıttan kastım hala basıyorsunuz. Kayıtı basmaya devam ediyoruz. Still going on. Tamam. Ben soracaklar, o soracaklar. İkinci soracağım. Önce sorularımı sorayım sonra yapsın. İkinci soracağım. Panelde 2 mikrofon yakı istiyor. Bir tane el mi istiyor? Okay, you want at this panel. How many people is there? 4 or 5? At least 6. So at least with the moderator 6. With the moderator 6, but you might have a 7 olabilir. 6 kişiler 7 olabilir. So 6 for sure, maybe 7. Yeah. Alright. Moderator. And then the vice president.
boss, right? Roll! When the world turns its back on you, back on. That's not what I'm saying. That's because you didn't listen. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Just wanna be just wanna be say one thing keeps me around. If you wanna come out, maybe it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, maybe I do. Just wanna be with you. What was your name again? I said so many, won't we just play pretend? All your girls, they just wanna have fun. What is this?
Okay, we're gonna start in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining. I am very excited to introduce Pablo, one of the co-founders of DIVA, and he is going to be talking about liquid staking, permissionless liquid staking, and DVT. So give it up for Pablo.
So thank you everybody for coming. Today I'm going to be about how liquid staking and DVT intersect in a way I think is very, very interesting and creates new possibilities. So what DIVA staking is doing is building an unstoppable liquid staking protocol. With liquid staking on one side, you can use it just to get your LST, wrap it, and rebasing and rebasing. But the main difference here is that in DIVA, all the operations are powered by permissionless operators that anybody can run. So anybody can run our node from one ETH. And that's using DVT to kind of cut the possible risk of validation. And for that, it uses distributed crypto and is secured by collateral. So the main things you can do with DIVA is you can stake your ETH and hold it to get your network rewards, say 4%. You can use that ETH on DeFi in a liquid way, or you can lock it to run a node in this kind of more risk-averse or more like a kind of running a node kind of mode. So where we are today is device pre-launch. We recently launched an early, which attracted $42 million in TVL. There is a testnet running. I'm going to show a little bit how that works. And there's also an active DAO, which has been like helping the direction of the protocol. So device designed to be a little bit different than everything else. So it's designed to avoid every point of failure or every point where a human could interfere. So Diva doesn't have any whitelists, no guardians, no DAO fees. It's simply a way where people can or an operator and find a balance between that. The way I like to tell the story of this design is there is the Ethereum proof of stake in the beginning, and then with Lido we got liquid staking, which relies on a today proof of authority model, and I know that these models are constantly evolving and we're all trying to improve, but today it's relying on a list of whitelisted operators. With Rocket Pool, this setup went fully permissionless, but to go permissionless, you need to also provide a way where operations are collateralized. And today, that's using a model where each mini pool or validator is run by one operator, and the evolution that Diva does to this is it becomes distributed. So instead of having one key per validator, we have multiple nodes operating together using DVT, each validator. And that opens a lot of possibilities. I like to think about it a bit as a layer 2 because it gives you all these advantages of high availability together with this ability to rewrite the rules. So I like to say there's liquid staking, there's economically trustless like Rocket Pool, and there's distributed validation. You combine these three, that's kind of the architecture that Diva's going for. So in a comparison, what you will see is that the other side is very similar. There's no minimum amount. You can get a liquid staking token. You do use a smart contract. That's, I think, common to everybody. Where things get a bit more interesting is on the operator side, because we map this one validator, one, and by breaking that paradigm, we managed to lower that collateral from around 10 ETH in total value for Rocket Pool, which is one of the lowest, to one ETH per key share. And I like to think of this spectrum kind of where we lay in terms of accessibility. So we run a little bit some numbers, and what we discovered is that there's a lot more people that are today holding 1 to 10 ETH than people with 32 ETH and more. Potential, if we manage to lower this collateral barrier to entry, is that we could be onboarding about 10 more people to staking, which I think can be. I think that can help us reverse a little bit this trend of centralization that we see in the higher GDP regions. Technology behind that is distributed key generation using multi-party computation. So in Diva, every time it creates a key, it does that in a distributed way, where each node generates a key, providing collateral, consensus of 2 out of 3 for signing. That means that it's much more resilient to failures if there's a data center or somebody goes off or there's a bug. But it also opens this possibility to be self-healing. So if we lose one key, the network can detect that key is missing and create a new one, so the network can recover 100% liveliness. So there's many advantages. I'm going to go a little more in detail into what those models look like. But first, the architecture looks a bit like this. So you have on one side the stakers and the smart contract, and that creates a validator whenever it's possible. And the way operators connect is basically operators keep a balance with a smart contract on their collateral. And they say, look, I would like to 100 ETH or 10 ETH or 1 ETH. Will you give me keys? And what that does is every time a new operator can be created, keys get distributed to the sufficiently collateralized operators. These operators connect via peer-to-peer network. So there's no topology, there's no structures or a kind of topology of network, but instead they kind of reign evenly. And that means there's a more fair and random one interesting component as well, which we won't go into detail, is a zero-knowledge proof rewards Oracle is developing, and that removes yet one more element of trust. But kind of what we're trying to do is go back to this strict design that's trust minimized. So I mentioned there's 16 nodes operating. The threshold is 66%. That means that up to 5 nodes can go offline at any moment without impacting operations. If we were to slash, that will require also a consensus of enough people. So accidental failure has much less impact. There's a few specific cases that we can look into. So the motivation for this is because there is solo staking, there is centralized, there is liquid staking. I think there's a lot of potential in liquid staking because it allows for this specialization. But if you look today, we're still far from the decentralization we would like. And if you look today at the 3 top staking pools, they're still controlling over 50%. That every model that we look into is not only trust minimized, but also that has good incentives and scalability to be able to kind of become a major solution. So the main problem that Diva is trying to fix is how do you remove that trust from the node operator? Because when you're staking with somebody, you're essentially trusting them or yourself. And with the rocket pool model of bonding, what you have is you have one single person responsible, and they're posting collateral for that, but you still have that with individual entities. So once you start crisscrossing these responsibilities, everything becomes a little more versatile. To say there's also bad parts to that, which is that if that becomes a lot cheaper, the network attack could paradoxically easier because you could have less bond. So it's very important that when we design these risk models, that with the awareness that by lowering these barriers, we could be making attacks easier. So yeah, this is something that the team has a lot of work into how to like be Sybil resistant and how to protect against each of the possible failures. So I'm going to showcase just a few things that might be interesting technically. This comes from a talk that you can see online. It's called The Magic Behind Distributed Validators by Prada, CEO Samir, who's somewhere at the event. And this is a bit more technical. But the way validators are created needs to be random because there's a certain kind of attack, which if you would want to control the work, you could simply provide a lot of collateral and start receiving all the keys and then start signing. So to prevent this, the architecture in Diva is using chain randomness, where operators who have enough collateral are playing a kind of on-chain to see who can receive those keys. And when they play this lottery, that ensures a fair and completely random distribution, which is much more secure, although it can be frustrating for those of you running testnet and who are still waiting for keys. But kind of the result of this process is that you end up with a bunch of signers who end up having keys to different groups of validators, and that ensure that it's much more resistant to take over. We have this analogy as well that DVT is to validation, MPC is to custody. When you use MPC threshold signatures, you need to collect all the co-signatures in order to transfer. But when you use that for validation, it's so much more complicated because you need to be doing that continuously, all the time, on time, with latency impacts, with different clients behind. So this is a very hard problem to solve, but we also think it's very worth it because when you look at what is the impact, we are going to look here just at the downtime improvement. But if you have a node, which is very bad, it has 5% downtime, what you would have is something like this, where it looks very spotty. So what we're visualizing here is that we have 16 different nodes, and each one is down 1/20th of the time. That would be, in my mind, like an office where employees are constantly sick. But what this team validation allows you to do is that because the threshold is much higher, when you have this group that is constantly failing, the combined entity, the team never fails. That office never provides service in a timely manner. And I think that's what we're after when we talk about resiliency in validation. And here's a way to visualize how increasing the DVT size has an exponentially increasing benefit in terms of uptime. Obviously, there's also cost to that. So there's a point where it's enough. I think that's why the 16 is a good number. And when you visualize that in terms of where uptime in the network, what you can see is that this is distribution of current inactivity percentages. You can substantially improve that beyond the level even of professional validators in a theoretical level. So I think that's a very clear image. There's another one, which is in terms of slashing protection. So if you have a 33% client bug, everything's lost. Correlation penalty, not great. If you have a 10% client bug and you're affected by one of your clients, then you could have up to 30% in those validators. But when you're aggregating behind, that diversity now has, if you're running a diverse validator set behind your DVT, your loss, even if you're affected by a 20%, will be zero. And that's because you have a consensus before you go to mainnet. So that's really interesting. And again, just another example. So we're at Eaststaker. Can talk about how to run a node. So to install Diva, for those of you curious to try, it's on Gurley. So it's just a Docker package with a Docker Compose. You can install it. In the future, you'll deposit collateral to activate the validators, and then you get these additional operator rewards. We built this web UI that looks like quite friendly, and the idea is to appeal to home stakers who maybe don't want to really give them the simplest possible version. And again, the difference is where on Ethereum you would need 32 ETH, on Diva you need 1. Mapping of 1 key is now 16. You have the consensus protection, you get the liquid staking, and you get the distributed generation. So in a way, it's like everything that Ethereum staking does, Diva kind of extends. For those of you wanting to run it, it runs on top of an Ethereum full node. So you can run your existing setup, you can connect it to that. It's very lightweight. And basically it manages everything for you. There's no need to create the keys. Everything's done behind the client. So again, there's these 3 journeys. I think a lot of you will be interested in the run a node version. So yeah, if you're curious, you can play with the testnet. Maybe, yeah, if you're curious about the process, it looks like this. In the simplest way, you could provision a VPS, hopefully use your own machine, clone, and then there's kind of a 2-step install process, and you will be running. There's already some great, somebody in the community, Petres did, where you can play, see like what's active or not, and that's, and what we've been doing as well, for those of you who don't run nodes but are active on DeFi, is Diva has had some pre-launch early staker initiative. So if you have ETH, there's 2 ways to participate. There's an enzyme vault where you can deposit either ETH or STETH. That would, once Diva launches, it will be unstaked from Lido or just staked directly into Diva. And Diva allocations. So anybody who wants to support the launch somehow, there's a very simple way on chain. Or if you're running mainnet validators and you're looking to kind of transition and get some of these advantages, there's also a validator migration initiative where you simply signal that you want to move action non-custodially, and later you can do it. So that's a bit what we're doing. You can learn everything. Our Divas are here. So yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Nice talk. I wanted to know, so usually you would like to run multiple validators in one single cluster, and I was curious about how many, in terms of scaling, how many validators have you tested running on the same cluster together? It's possible to run hundreds of validators, maybe thousands of validators in the same cluster?
So we don't have an exact number or recommendation, but because Diva connects to an existing Ethereum node, I expect the bottleneck would probably be in that node. So I would say probably hundreds or thousands, but it hasn't been tested extensively. My recommendation would be that you don't put more than 1,000 ETH per machine, just out of economic sense.
Any more questions? Alrighty. Well, let's give another big applause. Pablo? And the next talk will be starting in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yes, I have. Not super active, but I'm on there. Nice, cool. Well, nice to meet you. Yeah, thanks for coming to say hi. How are you enjoying things so far? Yeah, cool. Did you go through the staking summit as well? I did not, no. Yeah, most of you should for this. Yeah. Were you at staking summit? Yeah. Nice. Probably a bit bigger.
Yeah, we put a lot of work into getting a good lineup of speakers and putting a lot of effort in, so it's really good to see. Yeah. Nice. And where are you traveling in from?
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States, Boston, Massachusetts, so the Northeast. Yeah.
I haven't been there yet, but thanks on the big shoot.
Yeah, I like it there. I've been to the Netherlands a couple of times.
Okay, where else?
Just Amsterdam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So probably last year, right? With
Yeah,
Devconnect?
last year was Devconnect, and then I went before when I was younger. So, yeah. Do you live in Amsterdam or elsewhere?
Just like outside of Amsterdam, Utrecht. It's pretty close.
Nice.
Yeah. It's like a smaller city, but it's half an hour away from Amsterdam. So
cool.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna host this keynote for
Oh, awesome.
That's pretty cool.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's like in preview right now.
Okay, cool. I would love to. Yeah. What's the...
It's been a bit of a pain.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And it doesn't support every single the regular stuff should be okay. I can give you a validator.
Is this just for Rotki or so convenient.
Yeah, and especially now with the Rotki because I don't think there's any other way to guarantee the point from the tokens.
Yeah, I've been doing everything a combination manually, and then I use Rotki for something. Excited to put this on my YouTube conference.
Yeah, I mean I'll post about it on the Reddit and everything, but yeah, there's a little bit of complexity. You have to know whether to choose smoothing cooling from the other one. I want to write an article about this one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. All right. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice
Thanks
to
for
meet
saying
you.
hi.
Is Super coming as well?
He's not coming, no, unfortunately. Yeah, he's more of an internet guy. Yeah, he went to ETH Denver last year, so no, he might end up going to ETH Denver again.
And what about Remy?
Remy is here. Yeah, you should definitely see him. He's been roaming around this area. I don't see him in here right now. But
I think I'll be able to recognize him.
I think you will, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Cool.
Of course. Nice to meet you too. Thank you everyone for joining. I am very excited to introduce Jordan from Stakewise. He's going to be talking about what they're working on that's new and transformative and innovative in the staking space. So everyone, please give Jordan a warm welcome.
Alrighty. Hello, hello. Can you hear me all right? Okay, cool. So for joining us here today, transforming the ETH staking landscape. About this time last year, we were very much in the design phase for Stakewise v3 and coming up with theories about how we can utilize this protocol. And a year on, now the product, it's actually great to see some of these use cases coming to life. I gave a talk at Staking Summit a couple of days ago outlining a whole bunch of utilize the protocol. I'm going to re-highlight a couple of those today. But I also just wanted to give more of a general overview of Stakewise v3, explore about how v3 has the potential to impact the current ETH staking landscape. So first off, as a quick introduction, for those of you who are not aware, Stakewise, we've been around for quite a while now. We were one of the first liquid staking on Ethereum back in early 2021. We've got about just over 100K Ether staked with us right now, which is okay. Over the past 18 months or so has been on our version 3 upgrade called Stakewise v3. A question we're getting a lot at the moment is when v3 ready, so a quick update on the development side. So the contracts are live on mainnet. It's been a long time, but it's great to actually see this protocol on mainnet. We're just doing some final testing before we release it to the public. We've got multiple partners that have been helping us develop this product and test this product over the past 9 months. We're giving them some time to get set up ready on mainnet before we... For those of you who follow Stakewise DAO, you may have also seen the recent proposal which has passed, which ratifies the Oracle network. That'll be live, v3 goes live. I think it's fair to say we've got a pretty strong list of oracles that are helping us get Stakewise v3. Each of these oracles will be operating under SLAs, ensuring quality uptime, and also helping ensure the security of the protocol as well. And that was actually the last DAO vote that needed to happen before Stakewise v3 can be made public. It's going to be ready for everyone very, very soon. Before I look into some of the examples of Stakewise v3, a high-level overview of the architecture. So the best way to think about v3 is currently Stakewise is a single staking pool permissioned node operator set. What we do with the v3 upgrade is we are white labeling our smart contracts and allow to launch a staking pool alongside the existing pool. And so we're going to end up with an ecosystem of hundreds, thousands of staking pools. Each one is fully unique, each one is fully isolated. I'll go through the functions of vaults in a second, but these staking pools are what we call vaults, and they form the foundation of Stakewise v3. And they essentially automate the entire operation staking as a service, everything apart from actually running the nodes for you. They're a very comprehensive toolkit for offering staking as a service, and view vaults almost as like the Gnosis safe for ETH staking. We are not charging for the use of the vaults architecture. They are free, they are a public good, allowing anybody to offer trustless, non-custodial staking as a service. v3 is, and so Vault, another way I like to think about vaults as well is like the native delegation layer built on top of Ethereum. So Cosmos, some of the newer proof-of-stake networks have delegation built directly into the proof-of-stake network itself. Obviously Ethereum does not have this, and so Vault is a way for users to cherry pick and delegate their assets to their preferred staking. But v3 is more than just a staking toolkit. It is also, and it still will remain to be, a liquid staking protocol. And so with the v3 upgrade, we are launching OS ETH, a new liquid staking token called over-collateralized staked ETH. Blue is in the name here. So this token sits on top of all of the vaults in the ecosystem, and it's over-collateralized. This is important to ensure that even though we've got the same token sitting across every single vault in the ecosystem, the over-collateralization ensures that any risks or penalties associated with one vault does not filter through to the rest of the ecosystem. So for example, let's say I stake, I don't know, 10 Ether into the Enzyme vault. I will only be able to mint 9 Ethers worth of OS ETH. So just like Rotki ensure or require node operators to provide collateral to protect against slashing losses, we provide this via the staking token. In that example, I'm still earning my 10 Ethers worth of staking yield with Enzyme, but I'm only allowed to make 9 of it liquid to access DeFi. So it's a slight drop in capital efficiency in what you can make liquid, but that is an important feature to help protect the entire staking ecosystem built on v3. It's also worth mentioning that this system is designed to tend towards maximum capital efficiency. Each vault can have its own unique LTV for minting OS ETH. And maybe one day when via collateral or maybe DVT or via a technological solution that eradicates the slashing impact or slashing risks, maybe we can mint OS ETH 1-to-1 versus vaults in the future. So this architecture can very much tend toward maximum capital efficiency as technology advances. A couple of other things to know about OS ETH is that it's optional. And this is something that James mentioned in his talk earlier today. The majority of Lido stake, for example, is not actually used in DeFi. People are paying a premium for holding a liquid staking token, which they don't actually use. And so that we've made OS ETH optional. If you want to native stake, you can do that. When you want to liquid ETH on demand to utilize that stake in DeFi, and when you're finished, you can simply burn OS ETH. It's a very cost-effective way for people to stake in what can be a very decentralized staking solution without having to pay the premium for they do not use. The other thing to mention as well is that OS ETH is a repricing token. And so one of the simplest ways that users will be able to stake with Stakewise v3 is by simply buying and holding OS ETH. Because that provides inbuilt slashing protection. And because it accrues the yield from the whole Vaults ecosystem, it's almost the gold standard for LSTs. Inbuilt slashing protection and high diversity on the node operator set. So it's a very high quality LST to hold as a staker, but also to integrate across DeFi. Is that we will be providing a Stakewise or Stakewise DAO the liquidity and integrations for this token. So not only do we provide people with the toolkit to offer trustless non-custodial staking via Vaults, we also give them a ready-made liquid staking ecosystem that all of their users can access. And the goal of this protocol is very much to democratize staking as a service and allow anybody to compete with the larger staking protocols in the liquid staking environments. So just diving down into the Vaults layer a little bit more in more detail, Vaults can be configured in many ways. For example, you can make a public vault where anybody can delegate assets, or you can make a private vault where there's whitelisting functionality involved. But at the end of the day, each vault is a staking pool and allows for pooled staking, or less than 32 ETH staking. Another thing that vaults do is, as I mentioned, they automate the whole staking process, or staking as a service. Whenever 32 Ether accrues into a vault, the validators are automatically generated on behalf of the node operators that run within the vault. And also, more importantly, they're also automatically exited. This is, I'd argue, quite a hot topic right now, with the EIP going through to look to enable smart contract withdrawals. But for us, we are able to trigger validator exits from day one, as soon as v3 goes live. The way this works is that whenever validators are generated on the Stakewise protocol, the exit message for that validator is encrypted and sharded across the Oracle network, so that whenever a user wishes to unstake and a validator needs to be exited to facilitate that unstaking request, we can regenerate that exit message, exit signature, and exit the validators. This is really important when you're allowing permissionless node operators onto your platform. It means that operators cannot hold funds hostage, and it also just means that node operators just don't need to be on hand whenever unstaking requests need to be submitted. So vaults also enable auto-compounding. The MEV, the tips, the base yield of staking flows back into the vaults. And just like the automatic validator registration, whenever 32 Ether is accrued, more validators can be created. They also allow for tokenization. So for example, when you create a vault, you can specify whether assets that deposit into the vault are tokenized. And you can create your own custom ERC20 token that represent deposits in your vault. And you can brand that token however you want, the name, the ticker, what have you. And this actually allows people to create their own LST solutions completely out of the box. And I'll show you an example of this in a second. Vaults are also very flexible on the staking configuration. You can have maybe one node operator, but you could also have multiple. And the vaults handle the automatic delegation across these various node operators. And each node operator in the vault can run whatever their preferred client, MEV relay, or even a DVT solution. We're completely agnostic to what the staking configuration is within these vaults, and that's going to allow this V3 ecosystem to be very eclectic. Every vault is going to be very different. We've had OBOL and SSV clusters running in testnet, and there are entities that are going to be launching those similar clusters on mainnet as well. And just like as you need, if you've got multiple operators, you need a way to split the staking fee across these operators, and once again, vaults handle that automatically. When you create the vault, you specify the staking fee that will be charged as a percentage of staking rewards, and you can then specify how that fee is split across all the node operators in the vault. It doesn't just have to be node operators. Maybe there's a node operator who's working and staking on behalf of a wallet. They can then set up a revenue share agreement between the wallet and the node operator however they please, and the vaults handle that for them. So hopefully you get the idea here that the vaults, as I mentioned, they are pretty much a comprehensive toolkit for offering staking as a service. Now, every vault on V3 will be displayed in the V3 or vaults marketplace. This is a way for node operators, staking solutions to brand their vaults and offer staking as a service through this completely open marketplace. It doesn't just give operators control, it also gives stakers control too. As a staker, you can come and view the marketplace and cherry pick your preferred staking solution. Maybe you want to stake with solo stakers or those running DVT. It gives you the power as a staking delegator to cherry pick your preferred solution. And this is something that actually Vitalik mentioned in one of his recent blog posts. Currently, delegators in the consensus mechanism are almost redundant. You want to give them a role in the ecosystem. And one of the ways to do this is by allowing them to cherry pick and choose their preferred node operators. You don't want a DAO or any other entity controlling how stake is delegated. The delegators themselves should be able to have that control. And that is exactly what the V3 marketplace will provide. There's also going to be a verification process here. So if if there's a vault branded as Finoa, stakers need to be sure that it is actually Finoa running that vault. And so there's going to be a verification process where we provide that verification for stakers. It's certainly not a KYC solution here. It's just a way that we can provide the assurances for stakers that it is truly who it says it is running behind the vault. The last key thing I would mention on V3 here is the way this protocol is structured. Stakewise is a DAO, and it's the DAO that governs the protocol, and the DAO will also govern some of the key parameters of the protocol, like the OSETH, minting LTV, etc. One of the key topic of conversations, though, is smart contract upgradability. Now, we have made as much as possible of this whole protocol immutable. So, for example, OSETH and MEV contracts are immutable. The problem is we cannot make the vaults contracts immutable right now. There's too many potential EIP and changes at the core consensus level that will require us to update the vaults contracts. Having said that, though, we've implemented a system which we think is the best solution, and that is what we call dual governance. The process for updating a vault smart contract is this. Firstly, Stakewise DAO must approve an upgrade. But after that approval, each individual vault admin must also approve that upgrade for their unique vault. This is really important. It means that if you are offering staking as a service through V3, it means that you have the assurity that your clients are not going to get rug pulled because some third party can upgrade the smart contract. You as the entity offering that service control the smart contract upgradability. So let's have a look at some of these examples that you can utilize with this protocol. Gravatar, they are a DeFi protocol. They are a friendly liquidity fork. They allow people to take LSTs like RETH, STETH. They're also onboarding OSETH to use as collateral to mint their stablecoin GRAI. Gravatar wanted to go one step further, and rather than just onboarding third-party LSTs, they also wanted their own liquid staking solution. And V3 is perfect for them. It works completely out of the box for exactly what they need. So what Gravatar are doing is they're going to be launching a public vault where, again, they enable pooled staking. It's fully permissionless, just like Lido, what Stakewise is currently today. Anyone can stake however much Ether they want into this Gravatar-branded staking pool. And all deposits are going to be tokenized into their unique liquid staking token, GETH. they can then onboard gETH as collateral and integrate it into their own protocol. It's also worth mentioning here that gETH users can still mint OSETH if they wanted to. So for example, maybe if they wanted to, if stakers into Gravatar wanted to use Aave rather than Gravatar, they can still do that via OSETH. But Gravatar is a way for gETH is a way for Gravatar to offer and onboard their own LST solution into their own stablecoin. What's cool about the Gravatar solution, and it also highlights the flexibility of vaults, is that they've partnered with NodeSet. So NodeSet is actually a project that's spun out of Rocket Pool. It is a permissioned group of node operators, and by the last count, they've got over 100 node operators, the majority of which are actually Rocket Pool node operators, who can plug and play into any V3 vault to offer node operation services for third parties. And so Gravatar has partnered with NodeSet such that NodeSet will be staking the ETH on behalf of Gravatar, on behalf of their staking solution. It's a great example of a protocol providing, using V3 in a fully white label manner to create their own LST, whilst also having an incredibly diversified node operator set providing that solution. So another example is Blockscape. So Blockscape are a commercial node operator. They are a Lido node operator. And just like many other operators on Lido, they have their own clients that want to liquid stake. The problem for Blockscape is that it doesn't make sense for them to send their clients to Lido or any other staking solution because they lose them as clients. And so what V3 does, it enables not just Blockscape, but any node operator who has their own clients to offer liquid staking directly to those clients. And so what Blockscape are doing is they are launching a Blockscape Vault. It is going to be private. So this allows Blockscape to do whatever KYC, whatever client onboarding they want to do into their solution. And it also gives this solution some degree of regulatory security. This is not a completely permissionless pool of capital, bless you, but one that has regulatory security as all the capital that enters it is KYC'd. What's also cool about this solution, and again it shows the flexibility of vaults, is that they're utilizing DVT, specifically SSV technology, within this vault. Just to be clear here, Blockscape are not launching their own liquid staking token. This vault will be tokenless. And so they are relying on the liquidity and integrations provided by Stakewise DAO on the OSETH token for their users to liquid stake. And again, this is a good example of utilizing Stakewise V3 as a fully white label solution, where Blockscape don't have to worry about providing liquidity or integrations for a liquid staking token. They can piggyback off the work we are doing with OSETH. Another key use case of V3 is how solo stakers can interact with this protocol. Now, it kind of goes without saying, but solo stakers are the gold standard for decentralization on Ethereum. And currently, their options are fairly limited. You can native stake on your own node. You could also become a node operator for some of the other liquid staking protocols. The problem you have there, though, is that your capital, whilst it is staked, it is still just locked, ultimately as insurance on those other protocols. And you're rewarded by token emissions from those protocols in return. Now, currently there's a decision that users or stakers have to make. Do I want to liquid stake, or do I want to or solo stake? V3 takes away that decision. You, as a solo staker, will be able to become a node operator for your own vault on Stakewise V3, and providing you stake on your node through that vault, you'll be able to mint and access OSETH. It is a great way to give solo stakers the ability to liquid stake. And we're really hoping that this can be a mechanism to help encourage more solo staking and obviously help encourage the diversity of ETH staking on the network. Also, as a solo staker, you will have the ability to offer staking as a service in a trustless, non-custodial way via the Vault's marketplace. And this could be on your own, or it could be in partnership with other solo stakers running DVT. However you want to structure it, you're able to sell staking as a service through V3. There's also some other funky ways that solo stakers can get involved. I've heard it numerous times that there's a group of friends who do not have enough ETH to form a validator themselves, so they all send their ETH to one guy who's the node expert, and he runs the ETH for them. V3 just allows you to do that in a completely trustless way. There's also might be some tax efficient ways for you to stake as well. So for example, if you create a vault where you have your unique vault token, that vault token is repricing. And so if you stake into your vault, you do not have to worry about the daily ETH rewards to account as taxable events. That single token, you just basically just effectively buy and hold that token. And so it might be, I'm not, again, not giving any tax advice here, but there might be avenues where, depending on your jurisdiction, that staking with V3 can actually be more tax efficient for you as solo stakers. Alrighty, that list is far from exhaustive. Like, there's so many different use cases. As I mentioned, I gave a talk before where there's many more to mention. But hopefully you get the idea that this protocol is pretty powerful. You know, the Gravatar solution is a great example. It will literally take them 5 minutes to launch their own LST with a node operator set that is incredibly diversified. And it's not just launching your own LST. Whilst that is helpful for projects, what we certainly don't need in this space are more LSTs. And I've ranted on stage about this before, so I promise I won't go into too much detail again. But essentially, there are millions of dollars spent on LST liquidity in this space. And ultimately, it's fragmented liquidity because everyone wants their own LST and create liquidity for that LST. What we are doing at Stakewise is removing the need for that. Entities should be focusing and investing money at the core infrastructure level on Ethereum. How can you delegate Ether in a maximally decentralized and secure way? DVT is a great example of this, but we need more focus on that core infrastructure level. And so what V3 allows people to do, or entities to do, is to focus on their own core infrastructure solution, invest in that solution, while still being able to offer liquid staking through the services we provide with OSETH. I'm conscious I'm quickly running out of time, so I'll pause now for questions. But yeah, this solution offers a lot more utility and hopefully gives people the ability to democratize staking as a service. That is our ultimate goal here. So yeah, I'll pause now for questions. Thank you.
That was really interesting. Thanks for sharing. Any questions from the audience?
Great talk, Jordan. For the vaults that are going to be multiple node operators, I guess we have Pacific Testnet to kind of give some insight here, but how do you see them marketing themselves going forward on mainnet? Do you think some of them will advertise like the MEV relays they're using, or how do you see them differentiating each other going forward?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So ultimately, it's a marketing exercise, and these operators want to find ways to stand out. So one of the ways you mentioned MEV, that is a great way for operators who some operators do a lot of recent funky MEV relays. It'll be very easy for them to offer custom MEV relays, maybe get higher APYs, what have you. But it's more than just APYs. It's like using DVT. We're going to be big advocates of people using DVT within V3. And so having a group of node operators that form a DVT cluster be a great way to stand out and provide a higher quality staking service than maybe just a standalone node operator. There are like maybe operators in certain jurisdictions grouping together to offer like regulatory secure staking towards a specific, or even the opposite actually, and having like one node operator from LATAM, one node operator for Europe, etc. Highly diverse, like geographically diversified set of operators all coming together. Ultimately, in the marketplace, it's going to be unique structures, and there are many ways that operators can ultimately provide that. One other thing I wanted to flag here is that node operators don't need to be reliant on the marketplace that we provide. This is fully white label, and so as a node operator, you can have your own sales pipeline where you can attract capital and however you please, and you never actually need to send stakers to the Stakewise UI. You can do it completely, embed it completely in your own UI if you want to go down that route. So there's many possibilities for operators there.
Thank you very much, Jordan.
Awesome.
right, next I am excited to introduce Kaushal, who is leading ecosystem at Nimbus, and he's going to be talking about light and simple validating with the Nimbus client.
Hey everyone, can you hear me at the back? Awesome, fantastic. Lots of energy in the room. People must have been coffeeed up. If not, you might still want to grab a coffee. You might hope my presentation will be that electrifying, but probably not. So you might still want to grab a coffee, hey? All right, clicker's working. That's good. That's a good start. My name is Kaushal. I look after ecosystem. I support the Nimbus team with their ecosystem development effort, and also support our other projects, which I'll talk a bit about. But I have the good fortune of larger node operators, solo stakers, a lot of the channels and distribution channels, such as the DApp nodes and Avados of the world, and figuring out how to make the Nimbus client more attractive and easier to use. And this is a bit of a snapshot of what we've learned over the period of time, and also a bit about what we're doing with the Nimbus client, hopefully making it a lot more attractive, and hopefully I can convince a lot more people here and those listening online to actually run Nimbus as a minority client in the network. So those who don't know, I think Nimbus is one of the 5 consensus clients in the Ethereum network. And our goal is to really make Ethereum network participation as simple and easy as possible. I mean, we've really stressed hard on the fact that this is network participation, because Ethereum participation is available to everyone. But participating in the network is really not as easy for everyone, and we want to really make it simple and easy, and that's really the goal. So Nimbus offers the consensus client today, and it is one of the lightest consensus clients that you can use in terms of the 5 options that you have, but without compromising on performance of any kind. So it's performing at par with other consensus clients. And so there are advantages of using Nimbus, which we will briefly talk about today as well. I mentioned briefly some of the other projects that are associated with Nimbus. So Nimbus is part of the Logos portfolio of projects. Logos is building the network state infrastructure. So all of the infrastructure that's necessary for network state to function. This includes decentralized storage, decentralized messaging, and Nimbus, of course, offers the compute element. So if you're interested, please feel free to check it out as well in terms of what Codex and Waku are planning to build. But today's talk, of course, will be quite narrowly focused on Nimbus. So I thought I'd structure this whole presentation in 3 parts. I think it's useful to reflect on the journey that Nimbus has been on. It's been 4 years, I think, 2019, so about 5 years in total, right? It's useful to reflect on where Nimbus has come from and the original ideas and concepts behind Nimbus. We will talk a bit about what Nimbus offers today in terms of the different consensus client options within the Nimbus portfolio. And then, of course, where we are going, which is the future, right? And I'm sure we are all interested in the third bit, but we'll move through the first 2 relatively quickly. So let's talk a bit about where Nimbus has come from in terms of the past. It all started back in 2019 when the idea of Nimbus was conceived as a client that can actually work really well on mobile devices and IoT devices, right? Like there's this aspiration that the clients should be able to run on the lightest of devices, and we have ubiquitous access to the network made available through such clients. Of course, in reality, like we found over the last 5 years, engineering to that vision is really difficult. And there are other reasons to imagine and dream about such clients back in 2019. They relate back to the project called Status Network. For many of you in the room, just a quick show of hands if you know of Status Network from 2017, 2018. Yeah, cool. That's a few hands up there. So Status was building a decentralized messaging platform app, and it's very hard to do that if you don't have access to a lightweight client, right? So that was the other motivation to build a lightweight client in Ethereum. Comes 2020, we started work. That was the first release back in November 2020. And it was a first release of the consensus client back in the day. And then since then, of course, in 2021, a lot of integration with the Rocket Pool. So we were fortunate to have a large community and interest from the Rocket Pool community in terms of the use of the Nimbus client. And since 2021, we've had this continued interest from the community. So hats off to the Rocket Pool community for really believing in the vision and supporting that throughout. We also had 20 major and minor releases throughout the year, rapidly improving the Nimbus client along this time frame. And Mega Labs did an interesting study back in 2021 comparing the performance, the resource performance of all the consensus clients. And it was really interesting what they found, and I'll cover it in one of the slides because that's quite interesting for a lot of people present here. 2022, of course, was the year of the Panda, and a lot of emphasis and focus was making sure that merge goes well. And I think the Nimbus fleet, as it existed back then in September last year, did reasonably well. Like it went through swimmingly well throughout the merge event. And of course, withdrawals earlier this year. And since then, the number of features and product development that's gone into Nimbus this year. So we'll talk a bit about that. But it's quite a lot to put on the slide in terms of 5 years of history, but it's a snapshot, right? So I hope you get a feel of where Nimbus has come from and the original intent behind Nimbus as a client. Let's look at what Nimbus offers today, right? So let's start with client diversity stats. And of course, these are not fully accurate. These are as accurate as they're going to get at the moment. But there are good ways to kind of get an indication of how the adoption of the client in the network, right? So the client diversity stats, if you look at block print, it says Nimbus is close to about 5.5%, 6%. And this number has sort of fluctuated between 5% to 10%. It went up to 15% around merge. And it depends on when the new ETH comes in, whether the new ETH goes to larger operators or solo stakers, right? Because the representation of the clients in the two segments is very different. So over a period, it has sort of fluctuated in that regard. And this is the data based on the block print way of measuring client diversity. But I think what's more encouraging for Nimbus is that if you look at it in terms of number of nodes and where Nimbus is present as a client, right? That's more encouraging. Like it's close to about 12%. A lot more work to do here. It can definitely be much better across the board, but it's a good way to look at block print versus number of nodes or percentage of nodes in the network and get a feel of how Nimbus is doing. So effectively, what this tells us is fewer larger operators are running Nimbus and a lot more solo stakers are running Nimbus. And that's basically work cut out for me in terms of my ecosystem development activities to encourage more people across the board to run Nimbus, right? Let's look at what Nimbus offers in terms of the client. So when we started in 2021, the first release, it was a very simple client to run. It offered a beacon node, and the beacon node included the validator duties in itself. So as a solo staker, you don't have to go around setting up a beacon node and a validator client separately and then making sure that the two are talking to each other and maintaining different components. The whole concept was you can set up the beacon node and it performs the validator duties out of the box itself. And this works really well for solo stakers, right? Simple setup. What we then encountered was the interest from a lot of other operators wanting the flexibility to use the beacon node separately to the validator client. And so that brought in the picture of allowing the beacon node to function without carrying the workload of the validator client, without doing the validator client duties. So you can mix and match with other validator clients as you want to use them. Then there was another set of interest from node operators wanting to just use the validator client separately to the beacon node because that's how they function, that's how their setups are. It's very hard to convince somebody running 7,000-8,000 validators to completely change their setup to include Nimbus, right? So I think that's good feedback for the client teams, and that resulted in us launching the ability to run the validator client independently last year. And so today, I think you have all the options. Like there's no reason, no particular combination that's not possible with Nimbus, right? So there's no way, to be excluded from the network in some ways. And there's all possible combinations that you would want to run Nimbus in that are available today. We also have the verified Web3 proxy, which is not related to your validator setup. It's something different, and I'll talk a bit about that because that's something that is relevant for wallets and dApp developers to trustlessly access the state of the chain without having to trust an RPC or data coming from an RPC endpoint. So I'll talk about that a bit separately. But yeah, this is all the different configurations that Nimbus offers today, right? But this is not where the buck stops. I mean, there's a whole lot of enhancement and development that's gone in last year, which will be quite interesting for solo stakers as well as for larger node operators. Let's look at some of those points. The first one is that the fact that you can now run a Nimbus Validator client with not just one beacon node, but 2 beacon nodes or multiple beacon nodes, right? What this means is if for some reason, for whatever infrastructure issues, you lose your beacon node, your validator client still has another beacon node to rely on, right? So in some ways, this is useful, increases the level of resilience. And the design factor, the design ethos behind this is that we want to be able to encourage resilience and redundancy at every layer of the client architecture, right? So that's the reason to build in this feature over the year. There is a hidden advantage or a subtle advantage of this, which means that if you're talking to 2 different beacon nodes, you get attestation data from 2 different beacon nodes and you can pick the best ones. So there's a subtle profit optimization emerging out of that. The next point, let's take this to another step. You can use the Nimbus beacon node not just with 1 execution layer client, but with 2 execution layer clients. This is where it gets really interesting, right? So if you've ever got to prune your execution layer client, you want to bring it down, takes a few hours. You just hope, like, with your fingers crossed that you don't get a block proposal in that time frame because you'll miss that. So with this sort of architecture, now you can actually talk to 2 different execution layer clients at any given time. And this has also got an added advantage, which leads to profit optimization, because now you get to see the best blocks from both execution layer clients and pick the one that is most profitable, right? So this is another step to increase resilience and redundancy of the beacon node clients, of the Nimbus client. And of course, I mean, a lot of interest and that we saw from the community in this particular feature when it was released earlier in the year. What's more, privacy. For anyone running a lot of mini pools, how many people, just a quick show of hands, running more than 1 or 2 mini pools? Cool, yeah. I mean, for us, for anyone running a lot of mini pools or validators, it's always something that you want to care about in terms of not revealing too much about your setup, because anyone can actually come and you can create an attack vector out of that information. So Nimbus has a characteristic, it has a very low or minimalistic public footprint. It doesn't do a lot of chatter, unlike some of the other clients, and that is a deliberate design approach. So to give you some examples, like when we restart the beacon nodes, we recycle the peer IDs. When you recycle peer IDs, it's very difficult to trace and know that this is the same node as it was previously, right? So these are sort of things which we do, which deliberately make it difficult in some ways to detect Nimbus in the network, but it's actually beneficial for operators running the client. The other element is you can actually use 2 different nodes to push your attestations out of versus your block proposals. So when your chance comes to actually propose a block, you get DDoSed on, let's say, 1 node, but you're actually pushing out your block proposals to the other node. So there's that safety and security elements built in. The element around resource optimization, I started with the fact that we had this vision to create one of the lightest Ethereum clients, and I think that still remains the goal today. But some of the study that was done by Mega Labs back in 2021, and I think they refreshed that study last year in 2022, shows that the relative performance and resource consumption of Nimbus, particularly around memory and CPU, is about 1/3 of other clients. And that's I mean, for us, obviously, that's a design ethos in some ways, but it's really good to see an independent organization doing this and comparing the clients across the board. Like, we get asked this question quite often, right? As to what is when you're running a validator which costs 60, 70K, whatever the price is today, why worry about hardware? Because the hardware costs $600 or $800 or $9,000 or $900, right? So why worry so much about your hardware? And the answer is quite interesting, because if you're running, let's say, multiple validators on a single piece of hardware or running many mini pools on the same piece of hardware. There's no effect whether you run client A or client B on a day-to-day basis. But if the network is under stress, and we saw this a few months ago when there were finality issues, right, on the network, the clients are working extra hard and they need a lot more CPU available to them at that point in time. And so having a client that is designed to consume less CPU means that you have a lot of headroom left when the network is under stress. And this is a really interesting factor for anyone running multiple validators, multiple mini pools on a piece of hardware, or have other workloads functioning across different chains on the same hardware. So if you're validating across multiple chains, for example. There's also the Lightweb proxy that we launched, which is now integrated as part of the Ethereum OS phone project, which makes it easy and available for any dApp on that phone to actually access the data from RPC endpoint and then compare it with the chain, the proof it receives, and then compare it with the state root and detect whether or not the data it's getting from the RPC endpoint is correct or not. So there are these sorts of elements of the client that exist, which might be interesting for dApp developers as well as wallets, basically. I'm running out of time, I think, but last year Nimbus was available in fewer places. This year we made an attempt to make sure that Nimbus is available, in any place that you choose to run a validator client. Hopefully Nimbus is one of the options available on that platform. So that's been an enhancement, something that we've deliberately worked through this year, and hopefully you'll have access to Nimbus no matter whichever element from the second row that you pick to run your validator client on. We have a growing community that's very supportive, and we saw that the whole ETHStaker community come together when we had Avado encourage us and the community to support the addition of Nimbus client, and it was fantastic to see the community turn up. And Avado and Nimbus are now working quite closely together to have the Nimbus client available, which is as of a couple of months ago actually. And we have a promotion going on, which we can find out more if you go to the Avado or Nimbus Twitter sites. Cool. Very quickly, let's cover the future. What's coming next? Simple interface for solo stakers, an execution client that's under works, and I'll reveal a little bit more about that, and distributed validator benefits. So one of the key things for Nimbus in terms of solo stakers is to abstract the complexity away. And so we are working actively on a node management UI, which is progressing really well. And hopefully before the next Devconnect or next DevCon, you'll see this in action and launched and made available for the community to actually use. The execution client and the consensus client pair is something that we've always thought about from day one. So consensus client hasn't just been a project on the side, and execution client not a project on its side. We've always considered the vision to have a seamlessly integrated client and make sure that you can do one-click installation of your execution and consensus client. This is coming reasonably well together. Excuse me. The execution client itself is now feature complete. And it's part of the DevNets and will be tested rigorously to optimize it as much as we can for memory, to bring it at par with what you expect from the Nimbus consensus client in terms of memory, being very efficient with the memory usage. So this is coming very soon. And one of the other elements we are working on is distributed validator-like approach within the Nimbus client. So I know we talk about distributed validator as a protocol and a layer on top, but we're trying to build some of these features directly natively into the Nimbus client. What this means is you can now split keys, well, not now, but when we actually have this all designed and launched, you'll be able to split your keys across multiple beacon nodes and be able to run like a distributed validator setup within a group. And this means resilience against infrastructure failures, resilience against rogue employees potentially, and also get the benefit of failover between nodes. So this is all coming in terms of our plans for the next year, and some of these initiatives have progressed reasonably well, and we should be hearing back on our Twitter channel quite regularly as things progress. I'll perhaps just close here with why run Nimbus. So many more reasons to run Nimbus, but look, if you care about client diversity and use of minority clients in the network, that's perhaps the primary reason we should pick Nimbus, other than all the other reasons that I've shared in this chat, right? So yeah, if you don't run Nimbus, please give it a shot. And if you have any challenges, issues, our Discord channels are always open. So please feel free to reach out. And yeah, if you run a node or a validator in the cloud, and if the cloud provider doesn't support minority clients, be it Lodestar or Nimbus, please encourage them to add more clients to support, because unless they do that, any new validator being set up will end up using one of the majority clients. So that's detrimental to the network. So yes, if you do run a validator in the cloud, please encourage them to add support for minority clients in the cloud elements. All right, I'll pause here. I'll stop here. I'll be happy to take questions. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushal. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions here, but I know Nimbus has a booth right next door, so if you guys want to ask any questions, just pop right on over there. Thank you so much. It was very interesting to hear about the future of embedded validator client, distributed validator client within Nimbus. We'll be hearing from Lido and Will in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Will, a contributor to Lido. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hey, I'm a contributor to Lido. As you can tell, I'm fairly nerdy, but my team found this really cool picture of me. So here's what we're going to talk about today. It's the new simple DVT module that has been proposed and accepted to the DAO. We're going to talk about what this module is, why it should be added to the protocol, a couple factors to consider around economics, risk mitigation, and then we're going to go pretty deep into what the timeline looks like around this. So simple DVT, what is it? So this is the second module that we added to the Lido protocol of the staking router in this prior May. And very importantly, what this will do is leverage the existing design of the curated module, which, when you think of Lido, you think of the curated module. This is the 37 node operators that run validators using the protocol, and basically this will be copied and created as the second module, utilizing the processes that the Lido contributor team, the OBOL team, the SSV team have all developed over prior testnets. So we've currently done 2 testnets in the past. There was one most recently in this last spring, where we had 70 non-Lido node operators participate, many of these being solo and community stakers. We've just kicked off our third round of testnets. We have a bunch of people participating in the OBOL side so far. We'll talk more about that. And SSV is going to be kicking off later this week as well. So, as I mentioned, and this is really the point that I get most excited about, it's the point that I think when I speak with community members, when I speak with other Lido contributors, we're all fired up about, right? This module is going to bring on a ton of new solo stakers, community stakers, other professional node operators, also include members of the curated set, but in general, the goal here is to include as many people as possible and really give people an opportunity to use Lido to run validators. So initially, the module is planned to be capped at 0.5% of total Lido stake. That's 1,350 validators, give or take like 20, depending on where stake is today. It is possible that that threshold could be raised slightly, but there's a few key points on this slide. So this is not by any means intended to be used for indefinite use. The module is really here to battle test DVT on mainnet. It's a fairly new technology, and then it will be wound down within 2 to 3 years. And the reason this is because this is just a stepping stone on the way to more scalable modules utilizing DVT with permissionless elements, right? So in the future, you could think of OBOL, you could think of SSV, having custom-built, purpose-built modules that are really scalable, allow any solo staker, community staker to participate in different ways. But this is a really good way to start bringing on new node operators to the protocol in such a way that they can participate and also really stress test DVT. The module will have a 10% reward share, very similar to the existing module. 8% of that will go to node operators and DVT provider, 2% to Lido. We'll talk a little bit more about that too. So why should simple DVT be added? First off, and I've sort of touched on this, DVT in my opinion, and I think in many people's opinions, is the fastest way to bring on new node operators to the protocol, right? So if you just think about what the initial proposal calls for, there's a testnet performance period. If that goes well and the module is actually brought online, we would start with 24 clusters, 12 being OBOL, 12 being SSV, generally with a 5 of 7 threshold. Assume that at least 6 of those are non-Lido curated members. That's immediately 144 new node operators participating in the protocol versus the curated set today, which is 37 node operators. So you're talking 400% growth off of a small number, but it's really significant, right? And if you think about what the 0.5% cap allows for, maybe within the next 8 months, you're thinking about around 360 total node operators. If you added a significant amount of that through net new node operators, that's 800% growth in 8 months in the count of node operators. And these node operators, under this threshold, could be running 25 validators each in distributed clusters. It's a really, really exciting first step, in my opinion. Number 2 is DVT really has the potential to improve the decentralization, distribution, and resilience of infrastructure, right? And so when I think of DVT, and I spend a lot of time with our teams, in general at Lido, thinking about validators at a macro level, thinking about the validator node operator metrics that the Lido contributor team puts together every quarter, looking at clients, geos. But when you look at DVT, right, you can really take this down and break it down at the micro. And that's pretty cool for a number of reasons. So from a resilience perspective, you might have 3 solo stakers using Nooks, you might have 2 in the public cloud, you might have 1 in a bare metal data center. And all of those different servers could be in completely different geos. they all could have different execution layer clients, they all could have different consensus layer clients, and so all of a sudden, you've got this almost super resilient validator that like would be very hard to go offline, because if you really can mix around with the distribution of these different qualities, it would be quite difficult to like break the threshold. So I think that this is a really great thing. There's great security benefits, and it's really going to be helpful, I think, to the network overall as DVT is adopted at wider scale. And so number 3 is really that we need to battle test DVT on mainnet. I think the SSV and OBLE teams have done a really tremendous job over the last couple of years developing these protocols, but they're very early in their mainnet ramping stages, and so we're getting there, and this is a great first way to use this with the protocol. So going to touch on the economic side here, because there's some different factors to consider with DVT versus running a solo validator, right? So the module calls for a 10% reward share, similar to the curated module. 2% of this would be the treasury share, and then there's an 8% module share. And so the module share is what goes to the node operators and DVT providers, and this compares to a 5% split for the curated module. So the thing that you really have to consider with a DVT validator, right? If you're a solo staker running a 32 ETH validator completely by yourself, like ballpark numbers, that's around $2,500 today, like USD. But if you now divide that by 7, it's not incredibly exciting to commit to like 3 years of running this, right? So by adding a little more of the incentive to the node operator side, that's quite helpful. And we're also going to talk a little bit more about this in the timeline, because there's another, I think, pretty exciting part of the economics to touch on. From the DVT provider side, so the OBLE team will be receiving 1% of the rewards for the clusters that OBLE participates in, and SSV will be receiving rewards via the SSV token or network fee. You can read more about how that works in the SSV documentation, but fairly smooth. And so both solutions we really want to be able to help support going forward, right? Because there's services to the modules, helping node operators troubleshoot. There's future development of DVT that we'd like to see, and both providers have like pretty ambitious roadmaps going forward. The next thing to talk about, and just sort of quickly, would be risk mitigation. So given that DVT is fairly new to mainnet, it's an early stage technology, the DAO considered in the vote different ways to mitigate this risk. And so 2 were considered. It was 1, using the existing Lido cover fund, and 2, using third-party cover. Would highly encourage you to check out the research proposal on the forums about this to see why, but the DAO did end up going with the cover fund to provide cover for this module. And then final point on this slide, so both OBLE and SSV have both completed their first round of audits, and they've both committed to the DAO that they'll continue to update the DAO going forward as new additions to their protocols come into light. And so that's pretty encouraging as well. So, all right, the plan of action and timeline. So step 1 is now complete. That finished at the beginning of November when the vote successfully passed. There was about a 3.5-week discussion period for the DAO around the simple DVT module. It was a pretty interesting forum thread, and the vote successfully passed, right? So now we're on step 2, and very excited to say that the simple DVT module is actually deployed on Haleski, and there's node operator entries created. We're in the process of getting the OBLE clusters set up this week and last week, and hopefully by the end of this week actually really started and running validators. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Assuming that this all goes as planned, then the on-chain vote to add the second module will take place on-chain for mainnet. And then there's the addition of something called the Simple DVT Module Committee. And so this would be a multi-sig made up of OBLE, SSV, Lido contributors, and member of the Lido Node Operator Subgovernance Group. So the Lido Node Operator Subgovernance Group is a subgroup of the DAO made up of multiple independent node operators, some Lido and Ethereum node operators, Lido and Polygon. These node operators would all collaborate with the performance criteria, which are all outlined in the forum proposal. These are things like making sure uptime is good, making sure the block proposal success rate is good, and through that, they'll start to add clusters to mainnet. And there will be a proposal to the DAO. The DAO will have a chance to sort of weigh in and have any feedback, but if that goes well, the Simple DVT Module Committee is responsible for creating the entries on mainnet so that there's an easy way to do this without, over the next couple of months as we add more clusters, but it's still vetoable by the DAO, and then also raise key limits. Following this, there's a monitoring period for 30 days. We'll make sure everything is going well. If that goes well, then you'll go from 24 clusters to, let's say, 40, maybe 60 after that, after another 30 days, to really start scaling this, and each time hopefully bringing on many new node operators to participate, right? Next would be this step 7, and I'm pretty excited about this because I think it's quite cool. So if everything goes well, 3 months after deployment, you've added clusters, the validators are performing well, we're considering having, the LNSG should consider having, this term called advanced node operator. And really all this is just a classification term to sort of differentiate, but what this would be a ton of solo stakers, hopefully, a ton of community stakers, professional node operators, all working together that have shown really good performance on the testnet, shown really good performance on mainnet, and if a cluster is made up of 50% plus advanced node operators, then they could be running something like 50 to 100 validators. And when you think about a solo staker that's joined this module, that's a pretty cool opportunity in my opinion. It's, I think we're seeing a lot of enthusiasm in the testnet so far. Finally, then you have the wind down period after 2 to 3 years. This will be replaced by scalable modules where there's no curation, there's none of this like process around it, right? You will have some way to participate permissionlessly. And there's a lot of discussion going on with the OBOL and SSV around this. In addition to that, there's the community staking module. We'll touch on that at the end, but definitely check out Dimitri's talk tomorrow. So in terms of the testnet, you can see in the map here in the background, the highlighted countries are where we have about 60% of the node locations currently in the OBOL testnet. Really exciting to see a lot of geodiversity here. There's currently 203 unique participants in this testnet. 60 of them are solo stakers, 65 of them are community stakers. Most of the community stakers are pretty much solo stakers as well. So it's been really exciting to have like broad participation within this so far. We have them around 32 clusters, each with a 5 of 7 threshold. So the clusters are in the process of getting their cluster config signed for OBOL, and they're starting their DKG processes. I believe we have about 5 or 6 done when I looked earlier today. That should be wrapped up at the end of the week. Validators will go online, and then it starts a 45-day monitoring period. Following that, the SSV testnet will start at the beginning of next week. We expect an additional 100 plus unique participants. There's 224 total, so there's some repeats between both. And then testing will start soon after, again, a 45-day period. And this is also quite important because we'll test MEV boost with both protocols for the first time and SSV's DKG for the first time as well. So finally, and definitely highly encourage you to pick up your phone, scan this QR code, right? If you're interested in participating, we're doing another set of testnets starting in early 2024. We'll be kicking off probably January. If you're a solo staker, if you're a community staker, if you're a professional node operator, like please sign up because the criteria to participate in testnet is really, really easy. All you need to do is basically set up an OBOL node, set up an SSV node, run a validator, show proof that you participated, and we're like very happy to have you participate in testnet and go from there. And really what we're hoping to have is many highly performant participants eligible to participate in mainnet going forward. It could be anyone in this room. Like seriously, I'm not the most technical person. I could do this quite easily. So I really encourage you to. Finally, definitely check out the Lido booth. Tomorrow there's going to be a raffle. The time should actually be 5:45, but you can go there and someone will have the chance to win one of these beautiful Lido boxes. So thanks so much. Happy to take questions if there are any. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. That was great. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anything?
Maybe you could point out for the room what the difference between a solo and a community staker is, just to make it clear for everyone who's not familiar with the terms.
Yeah, sure. So community staker is generally the term that Lido uses for, or Lido contributors rather use for like groups of cluster participants who generally like work together, and this is quite common in DVT. So you may be like 2 friends that run a validator together and like practice together on testnet. You might just be a solo staker that's like part of some kind of affiliated group, but in general it's very similar to a solo staker or like a small org that is like friendly and like with each other.
Yeah, hello, thanks for the initiative. It looks all very exciting. Now that I see the boxes here on screen, is there any preference or any splits that you guys anticipate in onboarding new validators that run infrastructure from home rather than from data centers?
So the preference in general would be to have more solo stakers running from home. It was interesting to see that there's still probably about 15 to, it was like 8 to 15%, I believe, of the initial wave that applied to run boxes from home. There's quite a few that were running public cloud because it was easier to set up. But in general, there's no like target. What we're really trying to optimize for in terms of diversity is geography, and really trying to get the client side done too. I think hardware is like the next step for us to focus on like going forward, and hopefully we'll see that as we bring on more solo stakers.
Any more questions? All right, well, let's give another round of applause for Will.
box on the flashing warning screen.
Right. Did one too. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, welcome back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Here we've got one more talk and then an excellent panel coming up that I think a lot of people are getting excited for. Let me take this time right now to go ahead and introduce Marco Chen. Marco Chen is with, and he's going to be talking about the first validation client natively integrated with DVT written in Rust. Marco?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Marco, project lead at SafeStick. Thanks for the host having us to present SafeStick today. Before start the presentation, I would like to ask how many people in this room own solo stickers? Please raise your hand. Wow, that's many. Even in when I asked in the dev Econ in July. Okay, what is SafeStick? SafeStick is a trust minimized middle layer fostering decentralization of Ether to sticking. When Ethereum switched from POW to POS since last September, it's critical to manage the key securely online. And at this moment, there are more than 95% of validators are running solo sticking infra on cloud. What would be the problem? First, there is a single point failure in the existing sticking ecosystem, because once the solo load is get compromised or offline, the validator get a selection or penalty right away. The second issue is, especially for solo sticker, the capital efficiency is very low. Most of the solo sticker I've asked is running less than 10 validators on their sticking infrastructure with their own funding. And that's how the SafeStick comes in. I would like to present a short tutorial to you guys how easily a validator can be onboarding on SafeStick right now.
Importing a validator to SafeStick is fast, easy, and secure. Start by going to testnet.safestake.xyz, then click Run Validator. Now, click Import Existed, and drag and drop your validator keystore file into SafeStick's browser-based DApp. Enter the password for the keystore file, then click Next. Now, choose 4 operators you want to attest on behalf of your validator. Click Next when you are finished. Check the box on the slashing warning screen, then click Next. Ensure the monthly payment option is selected, and confirm the DVT payment to the operators here and in your wallet. Now, click Run Validator. Welcome to SafeStick. Click View Validator to see your validator status. It will now take 15 to 20 minutes for your validator to become active on the safe stake network. The page will auto-refresh, indicating success. The operator Comedy is now attesting on the validator's behalf.
So in safe stake, there are three major roles: validators, operators, and safe stake DAO. Validators are the party who deposit Ether, register as a validator, and delegate the validation tasks to a operator committee selected party who run all the hardware, do the dirty job, fulfill validation tasks on behalf of this validator. Safe stake DAO is the party who build and maintain the network. So what's a DVT actually? In safe stake, the DVT actually is replace the single staking node with a operator committee comprised by 4 different independent operator nodes, and the validator private key is doing key shard and distribute to these 4 different operator nodes among this committee. So none of a single party can hold the entire private key. It remove the current single point of failure. And besides that, we run a kind of fault tolerance protocol among this committee in order to achieve consensus and aggregate the signature equivalent to the original, and allowing one single node to be offline without any penalty and selection. So it will improve the resilience of the whole ecosystem. So what's the benefit? Why a user will choose safe stake? Because we leverage DVT to do key shard of the original validator private key to split and distribute to multiple operator nodes. It can mitigate the current single point failure, improve security, and second, by leveraging safe stake DVT, it can help minimize the penalty and maximize the staking reward. Because we implement hot stuff consensus among the operator committee to achieve consensus and aggregate the key equivalent to the original to attest to the beacon chain. So this is a fault tolerance mechanism, so allowing one single node to be offline without any penalty. It can enhance the staking resilience. And third, especially for the solo staker, they can upgrade their current single operator node to become a distributed validator and join safe stake to accept any third-party validator delegation. So with the same hardware investment, they can actually run up to 100, 200 validator and to earn a subscription fee to enable with the same hardware investment but profitable, to maximize their capital efficiency. What's the technical advantage comparing with other peers' project? Safe stake validation client is written in Rust. Rust is king in preventing memory related bug and vulnerability, always bit goes in runtime benchmark. And we leverage hot stuff as the BFT consensus among the operator committee. It's more robust than IBFT, QBFT, and to help minimize the selection orgs. And in the stage 2 of the mainnet, we will introduce a two-tier staking and liquid staking to empower the LST protocol on top. Imagine this model is just like a Rotki pool plus DVT. We will introduce a new role called initiator. This initiator will deposit 4 ETH to activate a mini pool validator registration process and to pick other 3 operator nodes to organize the operator committee. And this 4 ETH will bear the full liability for any selection penalty. And the other 28 ETH will be paid from the LST pool on top, provided by a retail staker. This liquid staking portion is indeed running risk-free staking. In the meanwhile, we will introduce a minimal curated mechanism to guide how to organize the operator committee, because the operator committee is running fault tolerance consensus. If the operator committee comprised by all the bad guys, the mini pool asset would be still be compromised. So we define basic 3 different tier reputational mechanism for the operator nodes. The highest reputation, highest one is the DAO node, and the second one is the verified operator, which have been KYC, just like the current Lido curated operator set. And the rest one is the anonymous operators. So under this framework, even there is a monopoly LST pool on top, we can still ensure a diversified committee base underneath to maintain the decentralization and healthy of the staking ecosystem. We define SafeStake as a decentralized SaaS platform. Everyone can join permissionless as a operator on SafeStake to accept third-party validator delegation. And yeah, we are running a test lab right now. More than 50 fractional staking service providers have joined. So come join us. Thank you. Yeah. How many minutes left for question?
Yeah, we do have time for a couple of questions. Oh, perfect, in the back here. Okay.
Hey, thanks for the talk. Maybe I missed it or didn't understand. So for a node operator who's looking to join, do they need to bring their own bonding, so some ETH themselves, to run as part of the SafeStake pool?
Actually, you can see we define major role on the SafeStake network. That operator is just the party who hardware. They don't need to deposit any ether on the beacon chain.
Okay, thanks.
Oh.
Hey, in your demo, you showed someone uploading a key store file and splitting it and sending it out to the operator. Where does that encrypted key store file go, and how does it end up on the operator's machine?
Yeah, when you see the demo that people uploading the key store on their own browser end, so this step is running the Schema secret sharing protocol to split the original key store file, to split the private key, and then to we have a WeChat to manage this key share. And then because you can see the 4 different operator nodes on our network to organize the operator committee, right? So each key share are encrypted by these operators' public key. So only to that ensure that only this operator can read from the smart contract to retrieve the the piece of the private key to run hot stuff consensus and then aggregate the key to run MPC, etc., to do attestation.
See, thanks.
A node operator, this is a client, right? So you're not going to be running your normal execution clients and consensus clients as a node operator. You're just running safe stake. Is that right?
Yeah, the approach we implement DVT is we build our proprietary validation client, and then to work with other consensus client and the execution client. So you just like running a normal solo sticker to run this EL and CL, but you need to pair our own validation client.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the audience here? All right, please join me in giving our speaker a round of applause here.
Thank you so much.
We'll have about a 9-minute break while they reset the stage for the panel discussion. This is certainly one I think you'll want to stay for. It'll be a pretty hard-hitting question about DVT and the kind of risks, the benefits, and is it really all that it's made out to be? So I do encourage you to stay for that.
Okay, testing, can you hear me? That's So, hello, good afternoon everyone. So, last talk of the day, and we're going for a panel. This panel is just neutrally titled the DVT panel, but for any of you that were at the Staking Summit a few days ago, you'll see familiar faces. This panel is going to be pitched slightly differently. It's going to be the more challenging questions, maybe, the other side of DVT, like challengers face, so it should be a bit spicier, hopefully. So, let's introduce everyone. I'm Iridian. I'm Bakers, which is a DVT educational team where we work with all these protocols and everyone here to educate everyone from solicitors to institutions about DVT and the benefits. Okay, with us today we've got Oshin, who's with Obol. If you'd like to just say a word.
Yeah. Hey everyone, my name's Oshin. I'm CTO and co-founder at Obol Labs and have been working on DVT for quite a number of years.
We've got Anuj. Please introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Anuj. I'm the CEO of Luganodes. We are basically a Swiss-operated non-custodial provider. We manage almost $1 billion in staked assets, and we validate almost 40 protocols.
Okay, and Maddie.
Hello everyone, I'm Matthias, one of the core team members for SSV Network. I think we're the very first implementations of bringing a DVT solution into a network-based DVT solution. Yeah.
I'm Pablo from Diva Staking. Diva Staking is bringing DVT specifically to an integrated and collateralized liquid staking.
Marco.
Hi everyone, I'm Marco, project lead at SafeTech. I'm also a cohort of UC Blockchain Accelerator back in 2021. We started to build this project 2 years ago, and SafeTech.
So the team that we've got up here today is a variety of staking protocols, and then we have Anuj, who is more of an end user, someone that runs a staking provider and is a user of DVT. So the first question I want to start with before we go into some more of the protocol details is for you, Anuj, is like, what problems do you find are caused by this?
Obviously, that's to go through a lot of learning and unlearning, right? So because of so many different strategies being used, it takes a lot of time for our team also to wrap their heads around and learn different DVT solutions, and ensure that they're all running, because we are dealing in millions of dollars, essentially, right? But the other problem that we also face is like the lack of standardization in terms of interoperability, right? So it's not like once it's all, we have to be well versed with all of these solutions pretty much in order to help our clients out with in general. So this would be some of the things that I would like to share.
Okay, thank you. Add anything to that?
Actually, I'm wondering, would you rather have it be standardized? And how do you imagine that could work? Because there's also a benefit to not have it standardized, right? And to have different architectures that maybe are more specific or provide diversity.
Yeah, I think there are the same coin, right? So it's like this client problem where you have like multiple clients, you have like multiple DVT solutions, but the idea of following certain standard principles, how this whole DVT is laid down, might be pretty beneficial in terms of engineering teams which are trying to pick up. So that is what I'm referring to. I'm not talking about, like, obviously everyone will have their own implementations and they're going to differ in some, but the idea is to still follow certain high-level principles if possible at the protocol layer, so that it becomes much easier for people to pick up and run them at scale.
Okay, so let's build on that then, if that's okay. So the idea of standard specification is something we've seen in other areas of Ethereum, so the client teams themselves starting the execution layer, and then the consensus layer built on a standard spec, so all the clients should be interoperable. What are your thoughts on using, everyone here is using a different standard or different specification, and why hasn't that been standardized, or do you think that could be?
Yeah, good question. Actually, DVT is more infrastructure level protocol. Fragmented, means more diversified. Just like we see a lot of different kind of execution client, consensus client existing in the market to display of their own technology in different scales. So a user can the final decision which consensus, which client they like to run, right? So you need to see a lot of peer body that to build in the DVT to provide such diversity to the ecosystem.
Okay, well, let's pass to Ashin on that. So if I have a client and if I'm using Geth at the moment and I want to switch to something else, I can do that. There's no vendor lock in there. And similarly, Lighthouse to Teku would be fine. So how does that work with DVT clients?
Yeah, so there's maybe two things. And one thing I wanted to slightly push back on is the idea that all the clients at the EL and CL started with the spec. Because that actually didn't happen. Hyperledger basically was the first EL client to make a copy, and that was looking at Geth and kind of making a second implementation. And yeah, I would kind of echo what people said, is that it'd be great to have a spec if there was a kind of a perfect spec, that, you know, it isn't necessarily kind of perfect first time around. And what we went with, and particularly to your point around replaceability, I think that may be the most important thing when it comes to distributed validators, is if a better one comes around, can you swap to it? And that's why, and reasons why OBOL didn't kind of immediately go down the same route as the EF spec, is as we became more familiar with it, one of the things that was super important, BLS signatures are, the fancy word is homomorphically additive, but it means that you can add up signatures from different nodes without access to the private keys. And when I was kind of first aware of that when working with the EF on it, I was like, why isn't this the de facto? Why aren't we doing it? And the EF were like, yeah, we agreed we weren't going to make any changes to the core spec when we made this thing. And I was like, but this is kind of worth it. So I brought it to the consensus layer teams and Danny Ryan in particular, and I was like, we can build this like a middleware, and all of the VCs can benefit from it, and it just looks like the standard beacon chain API. And if a faster, better, more secure, more well-funded middleware comes along, you can just swap it out. And that's kind of our view at OBOL, is how you should implement DVTs. It shouldn't really, be one validator client that has control over the keys, has kind of, total agency. Instead, it's this small little middleware that can be swapped in or out. And then later for us, our challenge is to have interoperable middlewares rather than one or another one kind of outcompeting us. But yeah, I would say the main thing is it's generally better to build something, realize what's not great about it, then build a spec, rather than try and go spec first and hope you've kind of gotten it perfect first time around. Because even the ETH2 spec, the ETH2 design is a long way from where it was in the first few builds. So I think there will be probably more interoperability over the next few years, but for the foreseeable, competition are probably better bets than standardization.
Okay, so Maddie, would you like to have a response to that and could go down a different route?
I think for SSV side of things itself, like what Oshin said, for us, or 2 years ago when EF actually released the spec itself, for us we're kind of fully aligned. And also, there's another specifications itself that's done by Roberto from Consensus itself that is revolving around the consensus protocol side of things, which we actually spend a lot of time working on it and also comply with it as well. So, due to the lack of full specifications by Ethereum foundations, then we actually built our own node spec. I think at this moment of time, among the whole DV players in the market itself, we are the only one with spec tests, node specs, penetration tests, and also audited in terms of node specs, so that every developers they can actually just take the node specs itself to build another version of SSV nodes for diversity and also fault tolerance.
Okay. Anyone else have any other points I want to add to that?
Yeah, actually, to your points of how maybe the implementation first, and then you find the problems, and then that's when you start to say, okay, maybe these things should be interoperable. Actually, one of the cases in which I don't feel there's a good standardized solution is MEV stealing, right? The fact you have to look at a block and say, okay, now I'm going to get all these bits from the relayers, and now I have to collect signatures on that, and it will not take too long. This is a problem that, at least I learned a lot later, right? And I think it's probably as we work through things like this that we start seeing, hey, these are things we should standardize and make interoperable while we still keep the different implementations and approaches.
Yeah, I agree. Interoperable it might be a option, but we unlike the approach how OBOL build their client, because OBOL lead to the client team to open a specific block to collaborate with the VC to get the threshold signing scheme. We prefer just like how the current client team to build their own client. we just hack in the validation client ourselves. We build up the distributed validity, and we display the criteria and standard is 1, 2, 3. And if you like it, you in the real network, it's efficient, then you can choose us. Simple.
Okay. So that was talking about the protocol side and how you got to where you are today. So the next topic to move on to is the economics of it, because DVT, there's all the economics and the limitations that client teams have had with how do they pay for themselves or how do they exist into the future without maybe just being grant-led, or how do you become economically viable? So that's a question to the DVT protocols themselves, and then also to Anuj as a user. How do you feel about paying for all of this?
I think first I would let, because they are the ones paying the bills for building this software, so let them answer first probably.
Okay, I think ultimately itself, there are people who saying that, hey, if I use DVT, it's going to be more expensive and all this. All right, so I think ultimately that is not really the case, honestly. If you look at the current staking company, staking service, the cost of the infrastructure that they run, to run redundancy, to run on multiple clients, to run on different setups for fault tolerance, and also not forgetting the ratio of failover nodes they need to, ratio of failover nodes, a full node down there doing nothing when there's no problem to the active nodes. All this itself is actually very expensive. All right, very expensive. Then I personally feel that, with the implementations of DVT itself, you can actually reduce the cost. For example, okay, let's put it in a worst case conservative scenario, okay? People might say that, hey, DVT itself is a new technology, there's a new smart contract risk or whatsoever, okay? So even if you talk about being on a conservative approach, hey, maybe I run 4 machines and 4 machines, then what DVT can do is that instead of you running, for example, you have 5,000 validator, you have 8 to 10% of failover node sitting down there. You can cut off that 8 to 10% of failover node, maybe by 40, 50% to save on the resources. If it's a new technology that you feel that it's not stable or whatsoever, you can use the failover node as a failover node for your operator nodes that you are running in a cluster.
Okay.
Right, because DVT have the fault tolerance.
So that's the point being made. You don't have to go all in on DVT day one. You can scale into it as well.
Yeah, I think if I assume that the question was more targeted towards the funding part of these teams rather than the cost of operating the DVT. If it is the cost, probably I can also give my ideas and thoughts, right? So especially for us, like a team which is dealing with institutions, we typically care about what our clients say. Right, and obviously it's our duty to also educate some of our clients on these topics when it comes to slashing and reducing the risk of slashing using technologies like DVT. Now the real question comes is how do we accommodate for the costs, right? Because highly competitive business, and running validators, as everyone knows, is super competitive given the number of operators. And now with this new additional technology coming in, we need to bake that into our technology, like the offering that we make clients now. So in order to make it long-term oriented, I think for the short term, I know that most of these teams have some sort of an incentivization mechanism in order to cover the costs, probably let's say for a year or 2. But then how do we scale this in the long term is something that I keep wondering again and again. And the other aspect is, the single point of failure as well, right? Which is a big risk for us, given, there could be bugs in any of the softwares that, and I'm myself a software engineer, and I understand that, to diversify the risk, it's very important in any software engineering. The idea of running multiple DVT solutions across is also something that we deeply care about. But all of this only stems for a certain, users or certain clients. Clients who actually have humongous amount of ETH. For a solo state, I still need to be convinced. But, the idea of, if we have a client who has 10,000 ETH, then we're running 4 clients, ELCL clients along with a DVT cluster makes a lot of sense. But then for someone who's a small operator, would love to learn more about how they think about DVT in general.
So
from these.
Just while we're talking about these solo operators, just to get the smaller perspective, because you're looking at the 1 ETH bonds and aiming at solo stakers.
Yeah, so the way I look at it is not so much in what's the cost, but what's the value, right? So today, what we're asking from a solo staker is that they post 32 ETH, that they run a machine, that they keep up to date with all of this. And I think, for me, the power of DVT, regardless of the cost, is that it allows you to kind of cut this thing into smaller pieces and say, you're a node operator, a permissionless model that allows other people who have ETH to give it to you. And then when you're getting this benefit, you don't think so much cost because you're getting something that will be inaccessible for you. If now the bond is not 32 ETH, but you're bringing it down to 1 ETH, like we're aiming to do in Diva, then that's also massive. More people online. So I think we should be focusing a lot more on the benefits, and as long as we're kind of aligned with those users, the cost is irrelevant.
Yeah, I can agree more. Before answering the question, I would ask the audience in this room, how many people are running more than 10 validators on own solos node? See, 1, 2, 3, wow, wealthy man. Because when I doing my pitch, when I asked how many people are running solo node, more than 10 people. So right now only 3. So if we focus on a solo staker perspective, we can actually leverage it to improve their capital efficiency. Just like how Pablo said, we open a gateway that the solo staker can be accessed previously. So by leveraging the trust barrier, and they can become a distributed validator to start to accept third-party delegation. So and then we can attract more solo staker in this ecosystem. That it's a long-term goodness.
Absolutely, I agree. So, machine.
Yeah, I think in line with what Pablo said about being like, what's the value is very important to focus on when you're also looking at like kind of the cost of a DV protocol. And I think, as people alluded to, there's different value props for like different parts of the market. I kind of start solo staking front. There's a lot of people that are simply prevented from solo staking right now due to not having 32 or 8 or even 2 ETH and stuff. And I think BT allows them a way in. I think the liquid staking protocols, their benefit is they want to have groups of operators running validators rather than trust entities. So for them, you know, a cost of DVT is worthwhile. And I think for the enterprises, the big one is their operating costs. Many of them, to do failover, they feel like obligated to stay in the cloud where they can kind of detach disks and attach them to new machines. With DVT, you can instead run them on like commodity metal and can massively reduce your operating costs. So for all of these people, it's, you know, what is the benefit of DVT? And for all of them, I think there's a decent reason to actually adopt it.
Okay. Just to drill down on the specific questions. So if I'm a solo staker at home, and as you said, if I had 32 ETH and I can solo stake, that's great. My execution client, and that's free. And then I install my consensus layer client, and that's free. And then I have to get my wallet out and start to pay for the DVT solution because you've lowered the barrier down to me and then made me pay for it. So how does that side of it work for solo stakers, just given that thought process?
I would say Obol has made a commitment that one validator will always be free for Obol. And then beyond that, we would look to charge.
Okay. Anyone else?
Diva doesn't have, like the Diva smart contract doesn't have a fee per se. What it does is has the ability of liquid stakers who get liquidity to pay a certain amount to operators. But that is something we're expecting to be something that the community can set at different levels. So I don't have a strong opinion. I think there's a point where it just makes sense, and that should be probably the thermostat.
Safe stake, it's pretty simple. We define the safe stake platform as a decentralized SaaS. So the operator who leverage our DVT technology don't even need to deposit Ether on the beacon chain. So they just need to provide the hardware, provide the service to maintain their service in good status, so they can earn a fee from the validator who don't want to run any hardware on their own.
Okay. And Maddie, just pitching to you then. So I know SSV has a different model, and also we haven't touched on as well the open source aspect of it, of being able to fork code as well.
I think over at SSV itself, I think I shared this over at Staking Summits as well. Even when we talk about solo staker side of things. In SSV implementation, DVT network, one of them is that like for example, if I'm a solo staker itself, one, I can become an SSV operator. All right, that's if I have good performance or if there's staking applications itself, they're going to choose me as an operator. I set my set the fee. The DAO don't take a cut on any fee that the operators set. So that one full 100% going back to the operator. Second thing itself is that, you know, the operators itself, due to the DVT network implementations, whenever there's a new cluster generated, you don't have to spin out another SSV node. The SSV enable and empower the operator nodes to be running on multiple clusters. All right. So when the nodes itself, when you are able to run nodes in multiple clusters, that also means that you know, the more you got chosen by applications or services or application layer that you know, that's built on SSV, that also means that the revenue costing side of things, right? Then everything is open source for SSV. Every single thing, smart contract, anything basically, all open source. So if I always also says whenever anyone want to actually build a single thing or tooling to contribute to the whole network itself, do that contract and take everything that they want, right? Or even things like, I mean, this is an extreme case. Like for example, a solo staker say that, hey, maybe I'm more technical. Maybe I should just, you know, maybe create a friend staking pool on SSV. Because we have grantees that contributed open source code and we compile Marco, just like I saw Marco. All right, compile every single thing into one GitHub repo, which is awesome SSV, that everyone can access to. Just take it, follow the instruction, run anything that you like. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's great. Anything else you want to say about that, about the licensing side? Anybody want to talk about that? Okay. So we talked about economics and how that works. Now let's get into some more technical conversations around maybe some limitations in DVT or what might not work. So one of the things that I've encountered, having run quite a lot of DVT nodes now at home on home machines and also through DV stakers running nodes in Kenya on less stable internet connections, is latency is a big problem. And particularly when you start layering in something like MEV, as little latency as possible to make sure you actually propose the blocks. So it's okay if you're all sat in the same data center, all on machines all next to each other, as we've said as one of the use cases. But when you have these hopefully more permissionless systems where people want to validate across the entire world, do you see any limitations or challenges there around some technical issues?
Yeah, latency can be a difficulty, but so far in our testing, it's looked relatively promising to be able to run validators almost entirely across the world with direct connections. I think the piece that sometimes gets kind of overlooked is when you have these like public to ask who's running them and who's keeping them open, because quite a lot of people don't, you know, give back to the public good as much as they say they do, and they keep their ports open and, you know, take the egress cost of sending other people's messages around. And in fact, you end up having like centralized entities eating the cost of keeping these like messages up. And particularly if you want low latency, you need these things to be really large, connected to hundreds or thousands of other nodes so that it can be just one hop to go from where you want to go to the others. But generally, instead, if you favor direct connections to each node, it can be faster, but the problem is it's a bit more complicated to get set up. But once you do, you can have normally under like 250 milliseconds, which so far has proved pretty well on testnet and mainnet. But yeah, I think it's mainly who's running this connectivity or how does it work is the thing that I think goes under focused.
Okay, so that's an overall point of view, as you said, direct connections, and you're able to do that. Whereas with Diva, it's a lot more automated and people get picked a bit more. How does that impact you?
And I was about to comment on that. So it's really different when you're designing intentionally a DVT setup and you're saying, look, intentionally putting redundancy in this data center, in this client, and so on. And you can do that when you're designing your own setup. But when what you're looking for is permissionlessness and resilience, you end up having really challenging. Because if you say, okay, I will just favor for better latency, then what's going to happen is that your network map is going to resemble the map of the world. You're going to end up with a bunch of neighbors in AWS, and you lose most of the benefits. So we actually did a little bit of modeling on this, and we looked at what's the benefit of DVT to uptime, just to simplify. And we saw that it really depends on the correlation that you have. Correlation of 0.1 versus a correlation of 0.01. You get, I think it was 2 orders of magnitude more. So the problem is that this correlation comes with a cost, because then you will end up with a node in different continents. And I think one of the good things, one of the silver linings here we have, is that you could design it to say, as long as I have enough signatures, I'll go and sign. And what that does is it gives you the selection of the fastest while still having the resiliency of the slowest, well, the more diverse. But I think this is really a case where a good design could make both parts shine.
Yeah, and it's being aware of that in the system design. Some of the Lido simple DVT that is using a number of DVT protocols, well, where should the threshold be? And some other teams are looking at that, because if you optimize for 98, 99% effectiveness, then it will push out some of the people that you're providing huge resiliency to the network by being in Australia and everyone else is in Europe, but they're just not participating in the same way. So it is a really important thing. Okay, so in terms of other technical issues, I know that we've used the terms middleware and we've used like networks as well. So this is an additional, DVT is additional to the existing Ethereum clients and networks. Now, do you see any problems in future with changes to Ethereum that could impact DVT negatively, and anything that you're worried about or aware of?
I think maybe one of the main ones is secret leader election. Depending on the different election, a lot of them are very signature heavy, and in distributed validator, your signatures are all over the world, so signatures can be pretty prohibitive for getting attestations done or something. So yeah, that's probably the main one, is making sure that they pick a protocol that on the signatures and it's not going to adversely impact distributed validators versus normal validators.
Okay, what else?
I am not very technical, okay? So from my understanding of the product team are already researching on ABFT instead of QBFT. So basically ABFT is something similar, or something similar, like side of things where the leader are not predictables and all this stuff, okay? Then I just want to add on to something in terms of the roadmap that we have at this moment of time. There's actually a lot of research going on, like cluster abstractions, ABFT side of things, make sure that the whole, implementation of SSV can actually scale, right? Can actually scale a lot. Not just about, we are already on mainnet at the end of the day. Right now it's around 900 plus validator. All the operators are spread across like 4 continents and 4 continents, different clients diversity. Yeah, we have been observing pretty cool performance, I would say, even MEV side of things. So yeah.
This morning we had a really good talk who was proposing changes in the max effective balance. And for those of you who don't know, that means that a validator in his proposal shouldn't necessarily have 2 ETH, but he could have up to 2048 ETH, I think. But what that means is all the assumptions we're doing about how many key shares, how many committees, and the models we're developing need to be updated again. So I don't think it's negative by itself, but it's something that will board probably and think, okay, what does it mean for risk, for resiliency, and yeah, what's the perfect parameters for that?
I think when we are talking about to help to improve a centralized architecture to a centralized one, we will face the same blockchain dilemma, right? If we want to achieve more decentralized, we have to sacrifice some efficiency. But even so, the DVT technologies still have great benefit to taking ecosystem to bring it back to be more decentralized. Yeah.
Okay. Just a few more questions when we close out and then open up to the audience for any follow-ups. So one of the things that I'm really keen on is the idea of solo stakers being able to run any of these solutions. If I have a single machine at home, I want to be able to run these options. And that's something we've seen with the ETHify, the Operation Solo Staker, where they were handing out machines to people and seeing if very novel that would otherwise never have done this, could they run it? And the answer so far has been yes, you can. But it's just making sure that the barriers to entry keep getting reduced, not just from a number of ETH perspective, but also from an education side. So just any views on there on where to focus on the education of DVT to make sure that those barriers keep reducing as well.
I would say there's definitely missing education on like how to basic steps, what it means to set up, and I think honestly it also takes cognitive friction to learn about each of the solutions. So I think in that sense it is nice if we have something that's maybe more interoperable where it connects to an existing, because I think the key part in the end is going to be what are users able to understand well, to feel confident about, and to eventually like keep running and put actual money into. So yeah, still some work to do.
But the overall community has been having lots of test nets so far. So how have you found that education side of things?
The piece that I want to focus on is the idea of squad staking, or actually having like stake friends. So there's always going to be some level of technical barrier. We can obviously make it as easy as we can with software, but almost everybody learns about the software if they kind of explain it to them and, you know, dumb it down, not to be pejorative. But I think that is really how staking gets easy for people, is you have like groups that run validators that know each other. So they're from the same kind of community, they gather up, they say, let's run one together. If their node is offline, playing it, like invariably someone has to run into the fun of like pruning a validator for the first time, and normally they come to Iridian here, or they come to what's happened, and they need this kind of like community of people that are happy to like help with them. And particularly if these are other operators squad or in your cluster, then they have like a particular incentive to help you kind of get set up. So when it comes to making it easier, kind of integrated into the launchers, particularly into kind of some of these graphical user interfaces and the likes, to make it very simple, but also getting people running DVs with their friends and not just some address on the internet that you can't find or communicate with. That's not going to give you the same amount of help.
So as a final question then to close up, we open up to the audience, is to say, 6 to 12 months, what are the biggest challenges faced by DVT that you are going to be working on? So mainnet rollouts are happening right now. What do you see biggest challenges being faced?
I wanted to say Lazarus Group. But yeah, I think security is extremely, extremely important, and it's probably an open principle. I think the thing we haven't really talked about here is what happens to the private keys, where are they, who can decrypt them. The hot question that I tried to submit that didn't get asked was, if your software is compromised, what happens? And yeah, I think by far and away, performance, all these things are well and good, but if all your keys are stolen, not as, it kind of dwarfs it. So yeah, that's probably my fear for the next 6 months, is security.
Nice. From an operator perspective, I think adoption is something that is key. So we will be following a lot of different, big institutional adopters of this technology, and that will be critical because, most of these operators have launched on mainnet, and we are seeing like successful launches, and we are getting ourselves at, and mostly, educating other teams as well and getting them on board and pushing them a little might be like a niche to solve for in the next 6 to 12 months, given everyone is now out with their mainnet as well.
I think for my side, I think it will be scaling. Because I think the technology, DVT technology, needs to be proven in scale. That's very important. And when, it's going to grow, and it's going to grow faster than what people can imagine as well. But when it's what scaling brings into is a lot of complexity, right? When there's a lot of complexity, it's some things that need to fix. It's one of the challenges. I think second thing is I think in terms of DVT narrative, DVT narrative, it's been out since 2 years ago, right? Then it's picking back up like this year and throughout the next year as well for monitoring and scaling phases. Once every DVT solution is out, the next thing we need to think about is the next evolution in terms of the technology. What can be done, kind of improvements can be done, what kind of EIP can be implemented, few abstractions or whatsoever. Then this will be I believe this is going to be the next thing. The evolution of the technology, that will be the next one.
Great, thank you.
So anyway, the teams is coming out with quite a bit of announcements talking about roadmap and what DVT is going to be like and what kind of implementations that we're going to bring our DVT version into. So can look out for it.
Yeah, maybe to expand on what could be those next features, I think staking today works. It's feature complete. You can get things are not ideal, and when you look into trust minimization, especially in permissionless setups, there's still some of those are coming soon. Forced withdrawals with EAP 7002. There's a few other improvements, and I think for me, like the next frontier is going to be how do we minimize or almost remove all the trust that's implied in staking today into all these new models we're doing, and the answer to most of that is technological improvements that I'm looking forward to.
Great, and finally Marco.
Yeah, I think user education is key, and that's we call the ultimate goal of Ethereum, especially mentioned by Vitalik, is become the worldwide settlement layer, right? I think DVT is definitely open this gateway to Ethereum to empower more individual staker to join the ecosystem. So yeah, that's really fundamental.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, everyone. That's some really insightful, hopefully some challenging questions for you. I'll pass it over to the audience if there's any questions or any follow-ups. There we go.
Test. So DVT is often presented as a piece of technology on top of the Ethereum stack, and is touted as something that will help small stakers. But I struggle to see how small stakers can benefit when, if the barrier is lowered to 1 ETH, and already on a 32 ETH validator, say I'm making $150 a month, I can make up the cost of that validator in 4 months. So what incentivizes me to use DVT to run my own node when it's going to take me 32 times a 1 ETH initial investment?
So I think usually the argument goes, if you have 1 ETH and you're going to get 4% on that, the cost of your hardware and the cost of your time is enough. But I think the answer to that is, again, specialization, is we keep thinking about a world where I put some amount and I get some percentage, but the reality is some people want to liquid stake, others want to lock their liquidity and maybe get something morally bound up to that 4%. Then this next variable is price of ETH. The next variable is price of hardware. That's also going to go down with projects like Ethereum on ARM. So I think it's going to keep changing for sure. Maybe 1 ETH is not the perfect point of entry. Maybe it's 2 or 3. The point is not whether it's 1 or whatever, is to keep bringing it down, because today the reality is that a lot of people are limited by that, and we don't have trustless models for it that don't involve like calling your friends and putting it in the same validator.
Yeah, I would also add, and I kind of completely agree, is just making an interest up is very small, particularly if you're only like a small capital base to put up. But what we see in the market is that there's a massive amount of demand to delegate stake. Like all of these liquid staking protocols are people being like, hey, you stake for me. So when I think of like solo stakers and the future of solo staking, I think there's a huge amount of people that have the technical ability to do this, but do not have the capital like at all. Even 1 ETH is prohibitive for lots of young people around the world. And currently, liquid staking protocols, you can't just give one entity a huge amount of stake because they can mess it up, they can lose it. But if you have a group of people, like including them, go way down. So if you have, 7 validators in a simple DVT cluster, or like 16 in like a Diva cluster, you can have some minimal, if not like no bond put up, and that they can earn ETH off it. And my kind of goal is that if you have clusters of, I think, 100 validators on it, that's 50 mil a year throwing off, if each of the operators are getting 1 or 2%, it works a year. And that's, just for them supplying their like technical time and ability and stuff. It's not their own kind of capital base. And that's what I hope DVT, and something that we can't do yet. And that's where I think most will come from, rather than people making, a percentage on their own kind of capital. It'll be the people that want to delegate should be able to delegate to solo stakers.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you guys for such a great panel. And I have a small, mostly technical, mostly not, question about rewards distribution within DVT clusters. So you've mentioned a good example where some participants of the cluster are not actively participating because they are here for redundancy. How the rewards should be distributed in this case? And I want to hear from as many participants as I can.
Anyone in a hurry? So I think it's a super good question. And I think it's extremely difficult to do in a permissionless setting. And it's one of the things that we've kind of shied away from at OBOL, is to try and figure out some perfect algorithm that will divide this out and not be like gameable. This is the route of keeping it all like static. We have these splitter contracts that you set up and they're like fixed. If you want to have editable power, you keep them. But yeah, as you said, if you pick naive things like, oh, whoever's first, you just centralize. You have this efficiency to go central. If you say we pay it purely equal, then people will kind of, instead of actually being far away, they'll just that are underpowered and pretend that they're just far away when really they're not. So I would say that, yeah, frankly, we're doing a lot of work with this at the moment with the Nethermind team and trying to come up with these protocols that are like less gameable. But I would be interested to hear what these guys say, because I think doing it without an oracle or without some sort of kind of like watching and voting and, you know, deciding things is not particularly easy.
I think in terms of SS side of things, we are more focused in terms of the developer ecosystem side. To us, we implement SSV as a enabling technology. All right, it's not a product by itself. So that's also one of the reasons the DAO is giving out grants. Okay, so it's up to individual and the staking applications to pick and choose any operators they want to work with. All right, that's very important. You empower the selections to the application layer or even solo staker who know how to kind of manage their key. That's one. Then secondly itself, I would say, is we, in a DVT network perspective, that hey, in a DVT network itself, there's data, on-chain data availability. There's Explorer, there's Explorers by third party or grantees, and you can actually go to the Explorers to take a look at the performance of every individual operator. If you actually see the operator itself, is like, hey, what's going on? Why is this operator performance getting lesser and lesser? The first thing you have in mind is that, hey, I think I should replace him. So over at SSV itself, you are empowered to actually replace that operator with any other operator that is in the network choice without exiting any validators at all. Then, the performance itself is actually calculated according on the SSV consensus layer. Yeah, it's on the SSV consensus layer. So whenever there's duty completed and all this itself on SSV consensus layer, it will be calculated. Yeah. Then we are also speaking to a couple of teams to actually bring directly from the beacon chain to actually integrate into the Explorer to provide much more full data to the validator performance. And one thing that I'm not so sure yet, product team is researching right now, is also researching on like if in an operator cluster or in the operator in the cluster itself, is it possible to kind of like any ways, or is there any better ways to penalize a lazy operator? That's something that's under research right now and that's working on.
Just to follow on that question, Pablo, could you touch on, because you're doing the automated version of this, right? So how does that work?
Yeah, we're working on similar problems, right? The issue with granularity is if you make things infinitely granular, it gets so complicated to measure, to prove, to socialize. So I won't give you the answers, but I think I will give you the design requirements. I think it should be, because most of the time somebody's offline in DVT, it shouldn't have an impact, right? So if you pick a 2 out of 3 consensus, up to a third can go offline without an impact. So I think what I would do is choose a line that's fair enough, so even people who are not performing very well would get rewarded the same, and they will everything, but not too low that it will start to generate kind of systemic issues. And I would simplify as much, because it's too complicated to understand, oh, there's priority fees and MEV rewards and so on. You just turn off your brain. So I think it should be as fair as possible, because again, people are bringing different levels of value and not just latency, speed, and correctness. And within that, you're just bound by your...
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have similar mechanism with we integrate a performance checker on the consensus layer. For example, the operator committee comprised by 4 different operator nodes. So if fail to achieve the consensus to attest at this epoch, this operator won't get the fee within this box. So that's a dynamic mechanism. At least we can monitor and force the operator to do their job well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Got question?
Yep, so my question would be for security to bar the doors and do not let you guys out until we have grilled you to death with questions. The panel is so good, and there's just so much good information here. But I'm going to pick only one of these thousands of questions, and it's something that, that Pablo mentioned, and it is complicated to choose a protocol. Should I use OBOL? Should I use SSV? Should I use what choose? So it was also, this problem has already been solved before. It was also very complicated to choose which AMM you would need to use, right? So are we going towards an aggregation layer of DVT solutions? And if, and here maybe in there's the answer to Nix's question of like, why does, if so, what are the criteria that you can search? Can you search maximizing for profit? Can you search maximizing for decentralization? How, I want you to scheme out very quickly what a DVT aggregator would look like.
I don't know.
You just did it for Evgeny. You can do it for me. For Dimitri.
Actually, the job Iridian did with the staking directory, because it did a good job at being like, it's actually not about the fees or the performance. It's about all these other attributes. And yeah, I guess the way I see ourselves, we go to really different market segments or really different kind of primitives, all powered by this magical engine, right? But I don't know if there's a metric. What do you think?
I would say the liquid staking protocols are the ones moving closest towards being an aggregator. The example being Live on their module system and simple DVT. They were like, yeah, we're not going to pick one of you, we'll pick two. And they're like very keen to have modules that are like dedicated to like standalone DVT networks. So I think that's how they hedge risk of DVT software, is supporting. Yeah, I'd say that's probably the like most likely place where we'll see aggregation of DVT, hedging the risk.
My point is, and I'm sorry, if we have an aggregator for DVTs, we might not even need LSDs, right? Like we can bypass them. We can just go and set up this. There is the pooling part. There is the less than 30, but I feel like this is easily solvable. So what are we, like, as a community that pushes for decentralization, why are we not building this like now?
Well,
again with the liquidity.
Well, funny enough, on the liquidity side, and what I would aggregate, but to like decentralize and have like smaller groups and stuff, and particularly when it comes to exits. So yeah, tokens struggle to have liquidity. They have to like have this like long delay window. Forced withdrawals is one of the kind of like, and one of my pitches for it is that if you are going through the execution layer, paying these fees and like forcing your validator out, that you should be able to like skip the queue and be like out, you know, next block or next epoch, and then you can have, you know, with more or less instant liquidity. And what's nice about it is to have like a super deep, like millions of dollar deep, like liquidity pool, and you can instead say, no, I can just get my money back. Like, yeah, my dream is, well, to be honest, I think DVT projects will, you know, fail or be compromised, and I don't think the scenario is like, let's just have one big huge one. It'll be like, let's have lots of small systems that, you know, some of them can fail, and the whole thing doesn't, you know, go down because the one big aggregate failed.
That's great, everyone. Any more questions, or think we've come to the end of our time?
Yeah. Well, please join me in giving the panel and the moderator here a big round of applause. That concludes today's programming for the Acre event. We do resume tomorrow. I do call your attention that we start at a little bit earlier time. The first talk, I believe, is scheduled to start at 9:50 in this room. I understand there is going to be breakfast, so do plan on getting here a little bit earlier so you can enjoy some food and be prepared for tomorrow's agenda. Have a good day.